in certain records states that they ruled up to 4th century AD. Okay. Can you imagine within the last 3 days, we have covered almost 3000 years of Indian history. Okay. Not just covered, we have got the connections. Is it looking like a continuous flow now? All this like last 3000 years. Okay, what are the major events that have happened here? Okay, the major event that transcribed India and transformed India. Okay. Okay. Okay, so yesterday
It's really about
it's feeling hot.
yes.
Okay, fine. Okay. Yeah. Hmm. Okay. So, what is that major dynasty that we have discussed yesterday? Mauryan dynasty. So, okay. So, which is the first dynasty that ruled not just India but the whole Indian subcontinent? Mauryan Empire. See, for you, okay. So we have discussed yesterday a lot of topics. Okay, we started from so which topic yesterday?
From Chinese. Like last
From Buddhism and Jainism, like we have seen a lot of questions. Okay, we have seen the important sects of Jainism and Buddhism, the personalities associated with Jainism and Buddhism, the architectural contribution of Jainism as well as Buddhism. So these are all the things like we have seen that. Okay, we have seen it in the yesterday class. Then we started with the one of the greatest dynasty that ruled India. Okay, not just India, so the whole of Indian subcontinent. Okay, so like that dynasty is called Ashokas. Okay, Mauryan Empire. Okay, so what are the sources that led us to study Mauryan Empire? There are Ashokan inscriptions. Okay, so like there are like rock edicts as well as like there are pillar inscriptions that helped us to understand. Okay, so what dynasty it was. Okay, how the society was organized, like what are the rules like that were followed by the kings, ministers, as well as the common people. Okay, so then one source like that I have said is inscriptions, Ashokan inscriptions. Okay, so what is the nickname that has been used in most of the inscriptions? I told you like there were two nicknames. Okay, the name Ashoka has been used at very less places. Okay, none of the major rock edicts uses the name Ashoka. Okay, so like then, so like it must have been like used something. Have you seen a letter? After drafting a letter, okay, you will usually sign. Yeah, here, who is the person who is drafting it? Drafting person may be different one. Okay, who is the person who is giving that order? None other than the king. Correct. Okay, so like then he must have been okay. So using something. So like behind that inscription, what is that? What are the nicknames of Ashoka? So in other terms, so I told you Devanama Piya, Piyadasi. Okay. You haven't written all these things. Okay. And okay, so one is Ashokan inscriptions. What are the other sources that have led us to study Mauryan Empire? Monuments like uh, Mehruli iron pillar inscription is associated with Chandragupta too. Okay, who was a Gupta ruler, not the Ashoka, like not the Mauryan dynasty. So like that's not it. Huh?
I think it must be like
The Dhammas. Okay, so like Dhammas again, like where do you get the information with regard to Dhammas? Through inscriptions itself. Okay, so what are the important books that have helped us study this dynasty, the most important dynasty that India had seen?
Arthashastra Indica.
Arthashastra. So, like, who is the person who has written this book, Arthashastra? Kautilya. So, like, then, what is the other book? Indica. So, who is the person who has written this book called Indica? Megasthenes. Okay. So then any other important books?
Mudra.
Mudra Rakshasa. So again, when was the book Mudra Rakshasa written?
After 100 years working on it.
Not after 100 years. After almost 800 years. I told you Mudra Rakshasa, like it was written by person called Vishaka Datta. He was there in the 5th century AD. 5th century AD. So what is the time period of Mauryan Empire? You have written on first day. You were not there yesterday, so I am asking you the question so you can feel connected. Okay. So like see, there's a reason why the things needs to be continued. Okay. And why consistency will be rewarded. Okay. So shall I give you one example? So like okay, we'll start with a negative example. We'll go with like a lot of positive examples. Okay, so how consistency can be rewarded. You know, like one common complaint in today's generation is marriages are not lasting. The divorce rate is high. Can you agree for that? Okay, so earlier it did not used to be the case. Okay, why was that? People at the starting of their marriage would have invested like their time efforts. Okay, so like that would have led to them coming to a conclusion and leading a okay happy married life. See, the thing is, first you have to put in efforts so you can reap the benefits later. It happens every time. Like it's not like see, you have started using this ChatGPT, like one of the AI. Okay, so like it is controlled by a company called OpenAI. Do you know when it was started working on this complete idea called artificial intelligence? You have seen the product in 2022, 23. 23 it came to like 22 end of the 22 it came to market. Okay, but not more people were aware about this. Okay, only later like they got to know about this. So like do you I mean anyone knows like okay so when they started working on this thing called AI, it's not that okay suddenly like ChatGPT became really famous. There must have been a lot of work gone behind it, which is not visible to the public. Okay, so they have started working from 2017. There's a gap of 5 6 years where no one okay so except the closer circle no one knew like what they were working on and or who they were. Same happens with like a lot of other things as well. This is how like life works. Okay, things will compound based on your consistency. So think about sports persons. Like right now, like they are really famous. For example, Virat Kohli, wherever he goes, like okay, he will be followed, okay, and the brand deals he must be having might be huge. Correct. So like, do you think Virat Kohli was made in a day? When he was a kid, when all of us didn't knew about Virat Kohli, so he'd have worked really hard every day. Okay, so like that's what the meaning of consistency is. Here what you are trying to do so it also requires a lot of consistency. See even money also work like that. There is a famous person called Warren Buffett who is a stockbroker. Eh, so 80% of his wealth he has earned it after he has turned 65 years. Do you know how much wealth he owns right now? He owns around 80 billion US dollars. 80 billion US dollars. I told you like 1 billion how much it is. Okay, so like now 80 billion. How many lakh crores you can understand? All this doesn't happen in a single day. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of effort. And it's the consistency. He started trading, okay, when he was a 10-year-old, Warren Buffett. I mean, once like he was really pissed about his teacher. Okay, so he knew in which fund his teacher has funded. Okay, he has shorted that stock as well. So his teacher doesn't get any returns. I mean, that's a evil thing. But can you imagine like some of like his age would have had ability of doing this thing. Although like he started very young. Okay, so like most of the gains he's getting now that has turned after like he turned 65 years. So it's consistency that will lead you somewhere in the exam, in the life. Okay, we'll come back. We were talking about, see, this you have written. So that's the only reason I asked you a question.
130 was
180, 187 BC. Okay, so the year 232, which you have written, it is the end of Ashoka's period. 232. So it was end of Ashoka's period. I told you, even after Ashoka, there were other rulers who have ruled it. Okay, so we were talking about the sources that have helped us study this Mauryan dynasty. Okay, so like one of the sources like Mauryan inscriptions we have seen. Okay, so like then Arthashastra, then Megasthenes Indica book, then Vishaka Datta's drama. Okay, so like this Vishaka Datta has written two dramas. Okay, so one is this, one is Mudra Rakshasa, second one is Devi Chandraguptam. When we talk about Guptas today, we'll actually get to know about this person. Okay, so again, we'll come across this person, Mudra Rakshasa. Okay, Vishaka Datta, sorry. Okay, who has written two books. Okay, see, this literary works might become a good amount of questions. This you must have seen. You must have seen some questions, right? So you would have picked up some questions that would have helped you understand what this all exam is about. Okay, any exam you are preparing for. So have you seen? They are never bothering about just the wars. Wars is just minute part. Okay, there are other parts. Okay, so like there are other important things that will be asked as questions. Okay, so like any other literary sources other than these three. There are like again Greek and Roman authors. Okay, like Justin and Pliny. They have also written something about like Magadhan dynasty, Mauryan dynasty. Okay, so then what are the other textbooks? I have told you about like two important books. One which is written by Panini in the 5th century BC. That name of the book is Ashtadhyayi. Okay, so like then there is a commentary on Ashtadhyayi, which is written by Patanjali. Name of that book is Mahabhashya. In this Mahabhashya book, we get some details with respect to Mauryan dynasty. Okay, see, whatever I am saying can become a question. There's a good chance of all this becoming a question. Okay, it might be looking factual. Okay, but like these are the important things. Okay, so we'll come back. At last, we have ended when we were discussing about Sangam period. Okay, within Sangam period, we have seen few things, few aspects. Okay, the sources that have helped us again, like reconstruct the Sangam period. Okay, so like the most important books are Silpadikaram, Manimekalai, Tolkappiyam. ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ chorus like okay, so then Tiru Tirukkulam, Tirukkural, Tirukkural. Tirukkural, it's a book written by Thiruvallavar. Thiruvallar is the author. Name of the book is Tirukkural. Okay. Again, all this can be a question. So, who is the person who has written the book called Silpadikaram? Ilango. So, what about Manimegalai? Satanar. Okay. So, like these Manimegalai and Silpadikaram, they are two epics. Okay. So, like this Tolkappiyam is a grammar book. Okay, so like then we have talked about Tirukkural, which is written by Thiruvallavar. It talks about the philosophies. Okay, so these are the four important books that have helped us study. Okay, so like within that, we can understand three more like important dynasties that have existed during that time. They are Cholas, Pandyas, and Cheras. Okay, where was the place where Cheras like Cholas were ruling? Do you know India's map? Won't be drawing full map. Imagine realize like then so like the upper part of the Tamil Nadu. This is where like the Chola rule. Okay, so like the low. capital cities. Book called Silpadikaram. There we come across like at least three characters: Madhavi, Kannagi, Pandyas, and like Madurai, city of Pandyas. Okay, we have discussed about this thing. Like again, if you're feeling not connected, don't get it's okay. Okay, so like the be consistent. That's it. These are the Puhar, Korkai, Tondai, and Muchri. Okay, these are the port cities. The first things Korkai is the port city of Pandyas. Puhar is also Puhar. Differentiated Sangam period and the similar contemporaries of North India was okay. So like dynasty called okay. He's a Roman writer, and Roman people were uh, so what they used was like they traded the spices. Okay, in turn we needed something. Okay, spices ಕೂಡ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಿತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ so the pastoralism got expanded in European nations. So that's when like they were in need of spices as multi-purpose role here. So like they needed spices to India. But what are the first important few commodities they want to first century as well? So this happened like first century AD. Okay, so like similar to when this existed. Okay, so how much gold like you export to India? Like you want so much gold. Okay, so this not from now. Blame fascinated with the gold. We'll be like, okay, so golds. Okay, not just use it. Yeah. Oh, investment. So that's also one of the reason why people. Okay, so but see, you can see here. Okay, you can understand. Okay, so we are like okay, the cotton. but it's not like proper planted variety. The planted varieties were like properly smooth. People wear silk sometimes. Okay, this I want to know unforgotten last year. Come on, mature pace of Harappan civilization time period. Huh?
1900 BC.
1900 BC. I mean, that's it. Only 100 years.
BBC.
2000 BC, 800 years period. Okay, so like these people of Harappan civilization, they also knew about cotton cultivation. Okay, so the cotton which was produced here in the period of okay, so Sangam period, literature, or when you are reading about cities, not don't just read about the capital cities. The port cities will also become equally important. Again, so like and ask the question what these cities are. Example that see how much the space of elephant might be when somewhere like from that end here, okay, until here. Okay, so this is the end. This is not too they can produce which could have like sufficient for us for an okay, so like these two become the important so and us. So where was the place cheras were ruling? It have what about cholas? Northern part of Tamil Nadu, some part of Andhra Pradesh. Okay, what about Pandyas? So like the symbol that was took by Pandyas was fish. So like the symbol that was took by Cheras were bow. It was bow and arrow. Okay. So like that is the symbol Cheras. Okay. So it was exported like even the Mauryan dynasty. We come across . So like he mentioned three dynasties, if you remember, like the table. Dynasties with Cholas, Pandyas, and Cheras. The people of knew about like that would have helped them. Okay, so like export it to other places. ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಪರ್ಲ್ ಹೇಗೆ ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಲೈಕ್ content enters like dust are to be taken out. Okay, what Pearl does is so real that material. So they the later time beautiful pearls. Pearl beautiful pearls. It takes a lot of time. 12 months, 24 months. There is artificial pearl culture. You can also give it a try. I mean, once you know about this, so you can go back, you can actually try to read more of it when you are reading. Okay. So like the job like you are trying to aspire for, you should always look it as a again a sort of a treatise on grammar. So right, first
The writer who wrote the book Ashtar.
so like that is nothing Sanskrit grammars. So what is the time period? Century BC, not AD. Okay, so AD 5th century BC go 5th century AD go. What is the time difference? 1,000 years. Okay, 1,000 years both होते हैं. Okay, so again, which one of the see like in the name of the okay, issued the first gold coins. Coins were different in weight from the coins issued by contemporary Roman emperors. These Kushna gold coins have been found from several sites in North India and Central Asia. What should be the one statement that is wrong? In the wrong, which is that like wrong statement? When it comes to coins, we are open Kushnas. So, but like, have I mentioned it at any point of time? Like that, it is the first dynasty that has given the gold coins. No. So before Kushanas, there were other dynasties. For example, Indo-Greeks. They have issued the gold coins. Correct. I have told about this. Okay. So, but with respect to Kushnas, what is the difference? Kushnas was the dynasty that released gold coins in more number. And the quality of gold coins were really really good when it comes to Kushna Empire. But what about Indo-Greeks? They also issued gold coins. Okay, so like this statement, can you see? Kushnas issued the first gold coins. This is wrong because there are Indo-Greeks. See, like answer ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಇದೆ. Here, like, see, again, if you don't know anything, if you just know the timeline, don't you think you would have answered this? Because like you don't know anything. Okay, so like they are talking about again Indo-Greeks were present. Okay, Indo-Greeks were present. Timeline read and the timelines. Okay, so like there were like three dynasties from second century BC that have ruled India. Which are those three? Indo-Greeks, Shakas, and Kushnas. So among dynasties which points you don't like they answer this. Question is same. Okay, date of birth of Gandhiji. Okay, both the places question is same. Okay, so which question looks a bit trickier and difficult? This one. Why is it? Think. It's not the question. Question is the same. Illy same question. Illy same question. Setting of the option is very close. Okay, so like what makes the exam difficult? It's not about the whether question is or like whether you know the topic or not, but how the option has been set. Do you understand why like the focus is needed to pass the exam? And it's not the quantity of hours. Chodo quantity. Okay, so like someone who is telling you just read 10 hours, you will be able to clear the exam. It's just fooling you. Sometimes the 2 hours with utter complete focus and concentration is much more beneficial than 10 hours. It's not quantity, it's quality. Because when you are quality, like when you have the quality, when you have the focus, when you are thinking, okay, you'll be able to derive things, you'll be able to find the connections, and you will go to the exam hall with much more confidence. That's what you learn. Okay, when you come to the class, you don't just like learn the facts and go back. Okay, so that's foolish way of passing this exam. The exam is competitive, that everyone knows. Before coming here, also you knew there has to be some risk associated with this exam. See, this is not that question. Question to same. Date of birth of Gandhiji, like the how the action has been said. Sometimes, like especially in objective type, the answer will be right in front of you. Okay. So again, how will you identify all these things? You will identify all these things just by a simple thing called practice. One, consistency, which I have talked about. Second is practice. See, get the point. Okay, what is the most important thing you need to understand and you need to do? Ultimately, you want to pass the exam. Okay. You just want to like listen to the stories so that you can tell the same stories to your grandchildren. So like there was a person called Buddha. There was a person called Vartaman Mahavira. Do you just want to tell these stories or like do you really want to crack the exam? Crack the exam, pass the exam. Okay. So understand why we are here. Okay. Consistency, practice, quality, not the quantity. Chodo quantity ko. Okay. So when it comes to studies, obviously quantity doesn't help. Okay. And because you are humans, okay, which I am sure of. Okay. So I can't tell you to read anything and everything under the sun. That won't help you clear this exam. Okay. So you need to have a sort of connection when you like, okay, so you might come across some fact. So, but based on whatever we have discussed in ancient India, you should be able to place it somewhere. So, like that, the picture which you have about ancient India should look full. The skeleton which we have added in these 4 days, okay, should be like that. Whatever the information you are getting, you should be adding somewhere like this. But like this shouldn't change. Okay, the whole point of this class, okay, within the 4 days, so you can get that skeleton. Okay, so what should be the answer here? Not okay, and you can also treat questions as a source of information. Okay, so like now you know Indo-Greeks were the dynasty that didn't just issue the coins, rather they issued the coins which bore the name of their rulers and the images of their rulers. And you know now, Kushna gold coins were different in weight than contemporary Roman empires. Okay, so you also know Kushna gold coins have been found in several states of North India and Central Asia. Through trade, it must have went to Central Asia. Like, don't read because three statements are right. Like for this question also, three statements are right. Okay, so like this, it should add to like okay, making you gain more information with respect to Tolkappiyam. Oh, interesting question. Okay, answer. Two personalities you haven't come across, but still, I want you people to eliminate two options for sure. Panini is associated with Pushyamitra Sunga. No, why? Why no? Like some your friend said, Panini is not associated with Pushyamitra Sunga.
Aesthetically.
Ashtadhyayi. No. But like they are see. Okay, I'll give you clarity. Here, the personality, first table. Okay. Second, book. Third, contemporaries. Okay. See, look here. Okay. Personalities, books, contemporaries. Okay. They are not comparing personality one with the two. Okay. They are comparing one with the three. Personality with the contemporary. Okay, so like the book of Panini's Ashtadhyayi, they're not asking about the Ashtadhyayi here. Rather, okay, in which court he must have been present. That's the thing they are asking. So see, that's why it helps to like look into maps. It helps to compile the tables when you're preparing for the exam. Okay, so like personality. So like this is again important thing. Personality. Okay, so like the source, like again, are the works that have been compiled by them, or like okay, the books written by them, and like third table, the contemporaries. You can make entire like ancient India very easy for yourself, like if you can read it like this. Usually, like you must have had an idea that ancient India is too vast, too boring. Okay, have I been able to like debunk some of the myths here? Have I given you like some idea of how to go about the subject, which can where like you can make a concise sort of notes? Lot of ideas I have given, I guess, with respect to how to see maps. Okay, so like, see, just when it comes to Harappan civilization, see the sites, compile a map. Okay, so then move on. Okay, map ke, like within that map, India map, write 2 points. Write 2 points about Lothal. Write 2 points about Tolavira. Write 2 points about Rakigari. Write 2 points about Banavali. Okay, write 2 points about Sarkotoda. Write 2 points about Sukta Chandor. Write 2 points about Harappa. Write 2 points about Mohenjo-daro. Okay, so all these are like nothing but the sites of urban civilization. Okay, you don't need to get bamboozled just to learn it. Just because like I am telling all this and you just want to like learn it, rote learn it, that's not going to help you. Okay, you have to put in efforts. See, here you got confused with whether like they are comparing one with the two. That is like the personality with their books. No, they are comparing one with the three. Okay, so like again, timeline. Timeline is that one thing that can help you sail through exam. You can definitely see properly timeline by head money. Okay, I'll get 3 4 questions. UPSC. The reason which like okay, I made you why I made you write the timeline because questions aate hai why say. Okay, so you know when was the Sanghas like Shungas dynasty came into power? What is the time period of Shungas? Come on. ಯಾವಾಗ ಪವರ್ ಬಂದ್ರು ಲೈಕ್ ಅಪ್ರಾಕ್ಸಿಮೇಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಶುಂಗಾಸ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಪವರ್ ಬಂದ್ರು ಥರ್ಡ್ ಸೆಂಚುರಿ ಲೈಕ್ ಯಾರಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬಂದ್ರು ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡಿ Shungas must have followed some other dynasty, which is the dynasty that like they followed. Huh? Haryanka. No, I'm not talking about Shunga. You are you went back to Magda. ಸ್ಟೋರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಮುಂದೆ ಬಂದಿದೀವಿ ನಾವು ನೀವು ಇನ್ನ ಹಿಂದೆ ಉಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಶಿಶುಂಗ ಓಕೆ ಸೊ ಲೈಕ್ ವಾಟ್ ಯು ಸೇ ನಂದಾಸ್ ಓಕೆ ಅಂಡ್ ಹರ್ಯಾಂಕ ಡೈನಸ್ಟಿ ದೇ ವರ್ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ತ್ರೀ ಡೈನಸ್ಟೀಸ್ ದಟ್ ರೂಲ್ಡ್ ಮಗಧ okay magada is one of the mahajanpada that later became empire okay so like now magada ಇಂದ already mauryas ಬಂದಿದ್ವಿ okay so like after mauryas who were the people that followed mauryas ಶುಂಗಾಸ್ ರೀ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಲ ಹೇಳಿದೀನಿ ನಾನು ವಿತ್ ಇನ್ 3 days okay I must have told this story about Pushyamitra Sunga coming into the dayas killing the last king of Mauryas that is Brihadrata and in turn starting his own kingdom so that kingdom is called Shunga like our name alle like he bears it Pushyamitra Sunga so when Shungas must have come into power come on ಶುಂಗಾಸ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಪವರ್ಗೆ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಮೌರ್ಯಾಸ್ like more than this I can't spoon feed this okay alert so pani goes of flow drink water you don't bring water bottle you don't bring water bottle why like don't you want to get hydrated huh I don't drink anything no just water bottle can help you like that's a good habit okay because sometimes so like having lack of water can make you sleepy can make you lose focus okay I told you like there are simple things that can have huge impact these are those things okay Rene though I am not telling you drink water this you must have learned in primary schools So your teachers must have told you, okay, so like what's the importance of water every day? They would have forcefully made you drink water. Okay, so I can't do that here because you are all matured individuals who have completed graduations. Okay, so where was I? Shungas. Shungas were the people? Mauryas. So then who came after Shungas? Kanva. Correct. Now you are catching some drill. Okay. So like Panini is associated with Pushyamitra. Is it right? Is he associated with Pushyamitra? It can't be. ಯಾವಾಗ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ? See, what is the time period of Mauryas? You tell me. Mauryas time period. 321 BC to 187 BC. Nothing but second century BC ಅಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Correct. So after 187 BC only, like the ruling of Shungas would have started? No, I don't remember that. It's fine. So I don't want you people to have things. I want you people to understand things and start to learn how to think things. Okay. So the most important ability is not how much you can know, but rather you know how to know the things. There is a difference. How much you know, it shows like you have a good memory, you have a good collection of factual knowledge. But if you have the ability to how to know things, that's innate ability. You can learn anything, not just history. You can learn polity, you can learn economy, you can learn geography, you can learn. I think there are like five most important topics like that one should always learn. Now anyways, the education is free present daily. So like there are five important topics. One is philosophy, that makes life easier for you people. Second is psychology. Do you know like how psychology affects us? Do you want to get to know the experience or like examples? Okay, one of the example, social media is bad. Okay, so but social media still bad, or like still it can give some advantages of social medias are there, but it can kill you a lot of time. How they will do it? They will do it because like they will understand the psychology of human beings. Okay, so like YouTube ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ Instagram ಅಲ್ಲಿ you'll keep rolling and you'll keep scrolling the same things. Okay, and they also want to push those algorithm have been set in such a way. Okay, they also want to push those things that will make you keep interested, that will make you keep engaged. That is nothing but human psychology, using technology and combining the psychology and making us all like okay what we are. See how the technology. No, usko chodo. Like I'll just give beautiful example with respect to purchasing. Like this, all companies want to like make you good customers. They just want money from you. So like for that, what they're doing? They're again using psychology. Okay, Women's Day, 50% off. Buy one get one. So whenever, see, like even if you know this trick, okay, so like where they are using the psychology to trap you, but still we will fall for it, right? Whenever like you see 50%, like now there is a grand season sales is going on. Okay, so with respect to Amazon, Flipkart, you must be knowing. Okay, so 50% off, use this card, more off. Okay, but whatever it is, okay. So you want to buy those things, even like which are not necessary, which are not required. Why we are doing that? They are using psychology. Why the amount is not 1,000, rather 999? Think, they pay huge amount of money to people who have completed MBA to come up with like these kind of ideas. Yeah, like you'll feel more because now it's in three digits. Like they are nothing but psychology. Can you understand? Psychology can become one of the important aspects of your life that is helping you see. Like, unfortunately, like all these things, philosophy, psychology should have been part of our curriculum because these are the things like that is helping us become more better, matured human beings that will help us make better decisions. Philosophy will help you understand the life. Okay, so like the larger aspects of life, philosophy is what makes life bearable. Psychology is what make you understand. Okay, so how you need to have a certain sort of relationship, either with the organization, either with the other people's. People also manipulate nothing but psychology. That's individual level. I have given it a like MNC level. Okay, so like how YouTube manipulates you, want to keep you more engaged, how Instagram manipulates you. So like they do it by actually combining technology and also algorithms, like they are called algorithms, plus, along with the psychology, like philosophy. Sorry, not philosophy, obviously psychology. Okay, so and I told you, see, psychology, you have to learn. It can't be just for wrong things. Learning psychology, so like learning social persuasion, or that can also be for the positive things. Imagine like you being an officer. Okay, you can go to someone's house where like there is a child marriage that's been happening. Okay, you need to stop it, right? Social persuasion, like you are using social persuasion. So, but like you are using it for right reasons. For example, like there has been a lot of inhibition when so Modi ji came up with this Swachh Bharat mission, especially like ODF. Okay, like he wanted to make India ODF free, open defecation free. But a lot of people were inhibited, like especially from the village sides. Okay, they were not inculcated the habit of okay having personal toilets near in the vicinity of their homes. That had to be like again, so you being a administrator, you like need to use like your social persuasion skills. Social persuasion skill can be used for good things as well, and it can help you, okay, not to become, see, these companies are nothing but like either social media or like all these companies, like see why they want to come up with like these big billion days and all. It's They will always be in profit. Just don't think that just because like they are giving you that much of offers, like they are going to be in loss. Okay, you never pay anything for YouTube. You never pay, right? You never pay for Instagram. Okay, so like this guy, okay, Mark Zuckerberg, he owns a company called like this Meta Corporation. Within the Meta Corporation, so that consists Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, everything. You never pay for WhatsApp. Okay, so do you know? So then he's giving you service for free. No, you're not paying for it. So then he must have been in loss. If he's giving anything for free, then you must have been in loss. But do you know the valuation of these companies? $700 billion. I was talking about 70, 80, and that used to be in lakhs of crores. This valuation of this company Meta is $700 billion. $700 billion. You're paying not type of data, like when something is getting like someone is giving something as free for you, then you are the product. Okay, you are giving like you are making yourself as a customer, and that will help them push the advertisements. YouTube open ಮಾಡಿದ ಕೂಡಲೇ advertisements ಬರ್ತಾವಲ್ಲ. So that's anyways like advertisement ಬಂದಾಗ, even if you click for it, even if you buy it, so like then nothing but like okay, you are source for that advertisement company. So that advertisement company in turn will pay for the YouTube and Instagrams and other things. Instagrams is also like you must have seen like lot of advertisements. That is in see, you are nothing but you are a product. They are taking money from you, not directly, indirectly. Directly they know you can't give money because like there are many alternatives. If like the ban WhatsApp, like you will go for Telegram, or you will go for like some other messaging service. Okay, huh? Snapchat. Yeah. So like if they ban Instagram, they can go for like Snapchat. See, point here is okay. So like there are alternatives. Then still they need to make money. They're not here for social charity. Okay. So that's only for media ops telling that okay. So we want the more connected, better world. No, they want you as customers. Okay. So understand okay how these things work. Okay, so that's why it is important to read these subjects: philosophy, psychology, and there is something called game theory. Okay, so like there is again physics, mathematics. So like they are the basis of things. The basis of things, how the like world is run. Because physics is that subject that help you understand. Okay, so like the laws of nature. And mathematics can make you more reasonable, okay, more logical. You want to become rational, right? You want to become logical. All this can be done. Okay, so if there are 5 subjects that you need to master, okay, game theory, philosophy, psychology, mathematics, physics and mathematics don't just try to learn the difficult derivatives and integrations. Rather try to learn the aspects. Okay, so within the, okay, what are the important principles that helping these subjects to grow more, like helping these subjects to debunk the secrets of the world, not grow more. They have already grown subjects. Okay, where was I? Yeah, so I was talking about that this kind of make these kind of simple tables will give you a lot of marks. Okay, personalities, books, time period. Okay, so like this again, these are like these kind of things that can be like arrived once like you see a lot of questions. That nothing but practice. That's what I told you. Want to clear the exam? Practice more. Panini is associated with a person called Pushyamitra. Is it right? No. So like gone, two option gone. So like then two and three and three only. So see here, which is that which is that statement here amongst these two that you shouldn't even see because one is gone. Okay, ಯಾವ್ದನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ಬಾರ್ದು ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಇವೆರಡರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ್ದು ಕಾಮನ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅದು ನೋಡಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬಾರ್ದು. Okay, three. So you shouldn't invest any energy on the three because it is anyways right. If it is like option three only, still it is right. Two and three also, then still it is right. Okay, so why to invest energy? Okay. So like third is right. Now just you have to concentrate on so like second statement. Okay. So like when we talk about Guptas, we'll come across this personality. So his name is Amarasimha. Okay. He is not associated with Harshavardhana. Rather, like he is also associated with Chandragupta. Can you see like one thing which is definitely emerging here? Okay, so Indo groups now they have given it as a hint, and next statement ಅಲ್ಲಿ Kushanas were the first people that have framed the that have issued the gold coins ಅಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Like the hint was there right above, right in front of your eyes. Okay, here also Kalidasa is associated with Chandragupta too. Okay, even the Amarasimha is associated with Chandragupta too. Huh? It's not Harshavardhana. So like they have given it as Harshavardhana. See, they have to make you think wrong in the exam hall. That's their duty. So like you have to identify the right statements. Okay, this you don't know, but can you understand one thing? The answer will be right in front of you. So to make the questions more difficult, so what is the trick they are using? ಏನ್ ಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ? They are making options more closer. Okay, ಚಂದ್ರಗುಪ್ತ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ, ಇವನು ಕೂಡ ಚಂದ್ರಗುಪ್ತ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದ. Okay, so like this will also become wrong. Think. Can like just by seeing the questions, have we understood one thing? It's important to think for this exam, not to learn the facts for this exam. Okay. Like the fourth question is very easy. So let's we have talked ports. Okay. UPSC is fascinated with ports. They will always go for ports. Shall we go to the Guptas? Okay, so like that completes like our yesterday's topic, as well as like we have seen good number of questions. So now we have to move forward as well. This is the last day where we will be discussing like ancient India. Okay, from tomorrow we'll start discussing about the medieval dynasties. There are a lot of dynasties. Yeah, I think like I have just I should have told you about one personality within the Sangam period. Okay, his name is Karikala Chola. Okay, so like he was the greatest ruler of the Cholas. Okay, Sangam Cholas only. Like, see, how will you differentiate the Cholas two times? Like, Cholas appears two times. So do you remember Imperial Cholas and like here Sangam Cholas? Okay, so you need to have a differentiation. Sangam Cholas time period, second century BC to third, fourth century AD. Okay, so that is Sangam Cholas. Imperial Cholas, do you remember? We have talked about few things called Sengol. First class ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆಂಗೋಲ್ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಐ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟೆಡ್ ವಿತ್ ದಟ್. ಓಕೆ, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ work of the imperial cholas. So time period of imperial cholas is 9 to 13th century. Okay, so there is a gap of 500 600 years here. Okay, so like Cholas, Imperial Cholas, and Sangam Cholas. Okay, so like there is one more important ruler with respect to the Sangam Cholas. His name is Karikala Chola. Okay, he must come in like okay first century AD. This Karikala Chola, he won a battle called Battle of Vengi. Battle of Vengi, and like when you see, how do you understand the greatness of a leader? There is a difference, no? Like he is there in the first century. So when does Imperial Cholas come along? What is the time period? Like they will start from 9th century, 9th, 10th century. Like the most important rulers will come. Okay, so like they will also say we are nothing but the descendants of Karikala Chola. After 1000 years also, like if they are saying we come from a lineage of Karikala Chola, you can understand one thing. What is that thing? He must have been a great ruler. Okay, so like the greatest ruler of Sangam Cholas is Karikala Chola. Okay.
Which battle?
Battle of Vengi.
Yengi.
Vengi. Vengi. We will again divert our attention towards the northern India. Okay. So like amongst three dynasties that came to India after post Mauryas, like after Mauryas, which are those three dynasties? Like I told you, like there are three dynasties from outside. Okay, so mostly tribal dynasties that came to India. Which are those three dynasties? Indo-Greeks, Shakas, and Kushnas. Okay, so like these Kushnas had feudators. Okay, so like Guptas must have been the feudators of Kushnas. History connect ಆಗ್ತಿದೆನಾ? So one dynasty ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು dynasty like linked ಇದೆ. Okay, so you will how to identify and understand the links. Okay, so like this Kushnas bartarala, and like Kushnas were the people who were controlling this part, northern India. Correct. So like when this Kushnas came, okay, so look at me. It's fine. So you will get the PDF anyways later. Okay. So other than PDF, like there are not many things that have been dealt here completely in the PDFs, but like still PDF will help you revise the things. Okay. And like the lectures are also in YouTube. Once the class is over, if you want to update your notes, so go back and just watch the YouTube. Okay. So and update your notes. So have you seen like the lectures are also being streamed in YouTube? No? So it's also been streamed in YouTube. Whatever we're discussing. Okay. So like you can see all the previous three classes are also there in YouTube, including today's call. It's getting live streamed. Okay. After the class also you can go back home and update your notes. Okay. So whatever I am discussing, you see, you will connect it more. Like that. I mean, one of the trick is because you have already listened to the class live. Okay, so go back, increase the speed in YouTube, and listen to the class and complete the class. Okay, so there you will have the option, right? Where you can keep the videos at 1.25, 1.52 as well. Okay, if you're listening the class at really fast pace, you can go for the 2x. Okay, yeah, where was I? I was talking that I was talking about the Kushnas. Okay, so Kushnas had feudators. One of the feudator must have been Guptas. Okay, these Guptas, when like Kushna's power was about to decline, when like the Kushna's power was declining, okay, that's when like they formed their independent dynasty. Okay, so can you see the here you can see the core region of Guptas, the outer boundaries of Gupta Empire, and this is the Okataka dynasty. Actually, these are the contemporary dynasties. Okay, Vakatakas, okay, who were controlling central India. See, here, like only up to like Karnataka and some part of Tamil Nadu is given, not complete India is given. Okay, so like this is Karnataka, as you can see, Banwasi, Kadambas were there. So like some part of Karnataka, Western Gangas, even Western Gangas were the ruling in Mysore region. Must have talked about these guys. Okay, so Western Gangars were the dynasties that was associated with construction of Shravana Belgola in the 9th century. Okay, so like there comes one of the important minister. His name is Chavandaraya. Okay, he was there in the court of a king called Rachamalla. Don't remember everything. At least remember Western Gangas were the dynasties that is associated with the construction of Shravana Belgola. So if you don't remember Chavandaraya, because when you read Karnataka history, then you will come across all this personality. Like now, right now, we are reading about the Indian history. Okay, so like the role played by Western Gangas is very minuscule, very less. Okay, so definitely important dynasty. Okay, not denying it. Okay, so like, but again, never became the most important part. Always remained feudator. Feudator ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ರೆ how to say feudator? Okay. MLA has having some role, some importance. So, but like, who are the people who have more power? Ministers. Okay. So, Raja, like, okay, it's like minister. Okay. Or it's just take CM. Just take okay one dynasty as Karnataka, like Karnataka, and CM is the king. Okay. So, feudator is okay. I don't confuse this. I'm not giving you the hint of kings like in the present day times. It's just that so you can understand, you can connect. Okay. So like king is the person who is in charge of full of Karnataka, and like this person MLA. Okay, he's in charge of one taluk. Okay. So like for that taluk, the most important person is that MLA. But it doesn't mean MLA is independent. MLA answers to the CM. Okay, can you understand? There will be kings. Okay, the important dynasties. Okay, at the same time, there will be feudators. Okay, feudators is MLA. Okay, kings is CM. Like if you want to like take it for a country, it is PM. Okay, king is CM. Like this feudator is MLS. Okay, so MLS like ruler of that taluk. Okay, so doesn't mean he is independent. Okay. So like don't exactly correlate polity. Okay, so it becomes entirely wrong because like MLA doesn't actually directly answer to the CM unless he is of the same party. Okay, so like that polity concept I am aware of, but this analogy so you can understand the things. Okay, well, like because you come across a lot of times like who are these feudators. So you must be like you must know something about these feudators, no? When you come across all these people like so many times. So I told you Vijayanagara dynasty was there. Okay, so like this Mysore Odayars were nothing but the feudators of Vijayanagara. When the Vijayanagara dynasty got disintegrated, when their power was like declining, that's when like they announced their independence. Similarly, okay, so like this, okay, so Western Gangas at one or the other time they were always remained feudatory. Only few years where like they asserted their independence. Okay, so mostly they would have remained feudator of Pallavas. Also, like there will come across like you will come across a dynasty called Chalukyas, Western Chalukyas. So like they also remained the feudators of Western Chalukyas. But can you understand one thing? In this is actually like map of 5th century. Okay, so like mid of 5th century. So like 4th century is the time when these two dynasties came along. Okay, so can you understand one thing? Like one big dynasty which was controlling most part of India. Okay, that is nothing but Gupta dynasty. So at the same time, okay, some part of central India, like maybe the south part of Madhya Pradesh and like some part of Maharashtra, that is getting controlled by a one more contemporary dynasty called Vakatakas. Okay, so like there is a connection between these two dynasties as well. Okay, so like the founder of this dynasty is called like there is a person called Vindhya Shakti. ಇದು ಕೂಡ ಕ್ವಶನ್. So who is Vindhya Shakti is the ಕೂಡ question. Is nothing but the founder of Vakataka dynasty. Okay, so we'll now cover like some of the Gupta dynasty, like okay, some of the rulers of Gupta dynasty. See, they say usually like okay, he is the like founder of Gupta dynasty. That is Sri Gupta. Okay, the two most important rulers are Ghatotkacha and Sri Gupta. Okay, earlier important rulers. But okay, so like although they might have helped this Gupta dynasty, okay, so but they might not be the real founders. The real founder, like when the Gupta era starts, it actually like starts in the year 320 AD or CE. Both are one and the same. Okay, 320 common era. Okay, so like not third century, like fourth century. 301 in the fourth century start ಆಗುತ್ತಲ್ಲ. 2001 ಇಂದ 21st ಸೆಂಚುರಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೋ ಸೊ ಲೈಕ್ 2000 ಅಂತ ಇರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಟ್ ಡಸಂಟ್ ಮೀನ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಓಕೆ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಇನ್ ದ 20th ಸೆಂಚುರಿ. ಸಿಮಿಲರ್ಲಿ 300 ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಸೊ ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ಕಮ್ಸ್ ಸೊ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ದ 4th ಸೆಂಚುರಿ. ಓಕೆ ಸೊ ಲೈಕ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ 4th ಸೆಂಚುರಿ. Okay, so like they were dynasty that was there in the 4th century. See, earlier rulers they were there in the 3rd century, as you can see here. Okay, so but the later rulers. Okay, so like he is also called as like real founder. Some of the textbook actually gives him like okay Sri Gupta. Okay, so but he must have been a feudatory, not the independent ruler who has asserted like his dominance. Like real ruler must have been a person called Chandragupta. Okay, any doubt here? Okay, shall I proceed? Okay, so like this Chandragupta, he is the one who started the Gupta era. There are like lot of eras in Indian history. Okay, so you must have come across a name called Shaka era, Vikrama era, and Gupta era. When the Shaka era must have started, anyone knows? Any ideas? It is associated with the greatest ruler of Kushnas. Who is the greatest ruler of Kushnas? Kanishka. So that is 78 AD. Okay, so like Gupta era, I told you 319 or 320 AD. Okay, so what about Vikram era? 58 BC. It is associated with one of the ruler called Vikramaditya. But you will see that in Indian history, many rulers take this name of Vikramaditya. And like there is a children comic as well. You must know about it. Vikrama and Betada. Stories of Vikrama and Betada. That is nothing but associated with the king named Vikramaditya. Okay, so like many rulers, just like Gupta dynasty ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ like the greatest, see, you will see many rulers, okay, from the olden times taking the name of Vikramaditya. Okay, so one of, but amongst all the Vikramadityas, the most famous Vikramaditya is like Chandragupta too. Okay, who also took the name of Vikramaditya. See, we read that Kalidasa, like we have seen that question. Kalidasa was in the court of Chandragupta too. Okay, so again, how we will come across? Because like there are literal records which just says that so Kalidasa was in the court of Vikramaditya. Many records doesn't mention Chandragupta too, but we have come to a conclusion. Okay, during that time, okay, so like the most important Vikramaditya or the most famous Vikramaditya is nothing but like Chandragupta. So that's why like we have associated Kalidasa to be in the court of Vikramaditya or Chandragupta. Okay, so like this Vikrama Betada story ಕೇಳಿಲ್ವಾ ನೀವು? ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ? Never heard of it? Never heard of Vikrama Betada. Like there is a comic book, like never heard of it as well. Like not the whole story, but not read. So at least you must have known, right? So like there used to be a king called Bhoja. Okay, so like he also like took the title of Vikramaditya. Many like you will see many rulers taking the title. Okay, so like of Vikramaditya. I mean, like when you read Indian history, so usually like rulers will take mighty sounding names. Raja Adi Raja. Okay, Maharaja Adi Raja. Okay, not simple names. Okay, Maharaja, right? Raja Di Raja, Maharaja Di Raja. Okay, Parama Bhattaraka. Okay, so like Parama Bhagavat. Okay, all these like titles, like you will see like getting what do you say? Like all these rulers are taking these like heavy sounding titles. Okay, fine. Shall I start? Okay, what was I discussing? In discuss ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. Okay, I was discussing about 3 eras. Okay, so can you see this? You need to understand the timeline. Okay, so like this you can uh, okay, how should I tell this? Okay, so this is, just imagine a timeline like this. Okay, this is nothing but one CE. Okay, first year. Okay, first year of CE. Okay, so where is Vikram era?
It's here because
It's here, right? So somewhere here, 57 or 58 BC. Okay, so like again, that confusion is not because of me. So like some books use 57, some books use 58. Okay, so but again, so like options won't be that close because like 57, 58. So like you can make them right. So when Shaka era started, 78. So can we place it here somewhere here? Okay. So what about like Gupta era? Can we place somewhere here? So like it is 320. Okay. So like imagine according to CE, according to Common Era, the year is let's make your exercise. Okay. So like this, remember C. Okay. So I want to see like okay, so how many have the some computational abilities. Imagine, okay, so according to CE, the year is 321. Okay. What year it is according to the Gupta calendar? According to Common Era, one in the start ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ, so it is 321 now. Okay. According to Gupta era, what year it must be? Gupta era started in 320, no? For them, like it is one, or like you can consider that as zero. So like if it is one, like then 321 is two. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆನಾ? Okay, how to calculate this? Okay. Second year of Gupta period. That is nothing but like common era of 321. Okay, according to common era, it is 321. But like this 2 is according to Gupta era. Okay, so that's a brilliant calculation. So now calculate. Okay, so like what this 321 is according to the Shaka era. No, calculate. Simple calculation, like how you did. So like that logic is correct. So you just have to calculate now. What is the number of years that is difference between so 78, like okay, so like what did I tell you? According to common era, this is 321. Okay, so like then according to the Shaka era, what year it must have been?
240, 340.
340. ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರುತ್ತಾ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ?
It's not. According to that we are saying.
ಸಿ ಇದನ್ನ ಒನ್ ಅಂತ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ 321 ಟೂ ಅಂತ ತಗೊಂಡೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಶಾಖಾ ಎರಾನ ಓಕೆ ಇದನ್ನ ಒನ್ ಅಂತ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಲೈಕ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಓಕೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಕಾನ್ ಇಸ್ ದೇರ್ ಅ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆಪ್ಷನ್? ಇಟ್ ಮಸ್ಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಯಾ ಇಟ್ ಕೇಮ್ ಯಾ. Okay, so you got to know how she calculated. See, this at least 3 or 4 questions have been asked based on calculation. I wanted to skip this. I wanted to like I usually show this in the advanced classes. Okay, I haven't added the question, but I wanted to do some justice for you people as well. That's why I showed you because you need to be very attentive while calculating this. Okay, question ಹಿಂಗ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ according to the common era, the year is like 321. Okay, so what year it can be according to the Shaka era? Okay, or what year it would be according to the Vikram era? So that's how the question will get asked. Okay, understood. Okay, how to use this concept. Okay, simple mathematics, but so understand this. Okay, so understand this in a okay, so like linear table and like just do this mathematical calculations that will give you the answers. But why I told you, because I have seen a lot of questions. I mean, usually when you search YouTube lectures, okay, you want like okay learn all this. Okay, so you can go and check. Okay, so see, because it's somewhat difficult. It want attention from like your side as well. Okay, but that can be dealt accordingly because it needs to be because like you'll get a lot of questions. Tomorrow's class, like, shall I show the questions? Will you be able to solve it? Okay, we'll see. The important ruler or the real founder of the Gupta dynasty is Chandragupta I. Okay, so unlike this Samudragupta, he is also called as like Napoleon of India. Samudragupta, he is also called as Napoleon of India. Isn't it misnomer? Isn't it misnomer? Isn't it wrongly named? Samudragupta, he is there in the 4th century. You can see the timeline there. Okay. So when did Napoleon came? He came in 18th and 19th century. One of the great French freedom fighter. So like the Napoleon Bonaparte, Napoleon the Great. Okay, so ಅವನೆಲ್ಲ ಲೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು. Okay, why should historians name Samudragupta as Napoleon of India rather than naming Napoleon as like Samudragupta of like France? Huh?
Napoleon followed Napoleon.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Napoleon is a person who came in the 18th, 19th century. He is there in the 4th century. Okay. See, the whole point I'm trying to make here is the history we study. Okay, we study it from the eyes of Europeans. Why, like, okay, this kind of things has happened. Okay, see, like, not just all that. Okay, so what is like the good life? Okay, so what can be considered as a good life? Okay, what can be considered as rich? All this we'll see it from the angles of Europeans. And like this 8-8-8 rule, 8 hour work, okay, 8 hour for like your daily life, and 8 hours for sleep. When did it came? It came from the industrial revolution that was happening in the Europe. We still consider that as a good rule, no? Like the point I'm trying to make here is like you'll find a lot of things that came from the Europe. The language we are speaking, think about like their language. We are speaking. See our dresses. Like, do you think our ancestors would have been like, okay, wearing this kind of shirts, that kind of jeans? Not at all possible, right? So, like, again, the dress we are wearing, their culture, and the history we see. Okay, so like the meaning of life, the what is considered as good life, what is considered as bad, what is considered as democratic. These people, okay, who have learned it very late, so like they are like we are seeing it from their eyes. It's one of the wrong things like that's been there with the history, so I'm not going to discuss it. It takes a lot of time. You're getting the interest. Yes. With respect to these topics, they are important topics. Okay. Where was I? I was talking about Samudragupta, not Napoleon. Yeah. Like, see, just like Napoleon, okay, how he conquered so many places, okay, how he won so many places, okay, so like this Samudragupta also has won so many places. The Prime Minister of England got so worried. Okay, so like he told one of the person who draws maps. Okay, he told, as long as Napoleon is there, let's not draw the map of Europe. Every day he comes, he wins that place, and he will change us the map. What's the point of drawing map? Okay, so like as long as this Napoleon fellow is there, let's not draw a map of the Europe. Similarly, so like you see, okay, so like all that Kamarupa is like nothing but present day Assam. Okay, Samatata is nothing but present day Bengal. Okay, and like there are Himalayan states. Okay, there are like South Indian states. Okay, so like he wins all of them. Samudragupta wins all of them. Like, you want to know the irony? Okay, we will come to know about Samudragupta through a inscription called Allahabad inscription. So like they are also called as like Allahabad or Prayag Prashasti. Like the present name of Allahabad is Prayagraj. So like UPLE every day the names can get changed. Okay, so this Allahabad inscription or like okay this Prayag Prashasti. Okay, so like from that's the important source of like knowing about Samudragupta. Okay, it is compiled by a person called Harisena. On one side, Harisena has written glorifyingly about the Samudragupta, how we won like okay Himalayan states, northeastern states. Okay, so like the states which are lying in the east and south. So you can see like okay, yeah, map was there in the second page. Okay, let me show you. Like, see, all these places were actually like won by Samudragupta. Not just this, all the even including this place as well. Okay, so like it was under the control of Samudragupta. So all these places like okay, Himalayan states he wants, Kamarupa he wants, Samatata he wants. Okay, so like interesting names are there. Tamralipti, and like there is something called Tamraprani. Tamraprani is like Sri Lanka. Tamralipti is Bengal, West Bengal side. Okay, don't confuse. This can also be asked, the older names. Sometimes like these people have the habit of asking the old names. Okay, Kamarupa is nothing but present day Assam. Samatata is nothing but Bengal. Tamralipti, it is there in the West Bengal. Tamraprani is
Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka. So because like that's the land from where like they used to get coppers. Okay, South Indian dynasties used to get coppers. That's why like Sri Lanka is also called as Tamrapranis. So and like what is the older name of the present capital of Andhra Pradesh? That is Amravati. What is the older name I asked? I know like okay capital of Andhra Pradesh. I'm not asking you that question. I asked you okay what is the older name of Amravati? Yesterday I must have told. And like it's a UPSC PYQ as well. The name of the city is Kannada. Okay, done. So can you understand? Like, okay, Samudragupta is the ruler, okay, who won many places. Okay, so I was talking about Samudragupta here. Okay, so like we will come to know about Samudragupta through which inscription? Allahabad inscription. It's also called as Prayag Prashasti, composed by a compiled by a person Harisena. Okay, not Harihara. Okay, okay, not Haryanga dynasty. Okay, so like it is Harisena. Okay, it's a person called Harisena. So like Harisena is also like called as Mahamatyas. Okay, Mahamatyas, like important officer. See, like this just through like the Prayag Prashasti, Allahabad inscription, you can know a lot of things. Okay, so like it is also mentioned that. So look at me, look at me. Okay, so I'll give you time to write. Okay, whatever like you want to write, I can dictate you as well. Okay, understanding is important. Okay, so I was talking about like Praya Prashasti, Allahabad inscription. Okay, so like this within this, like okay, so we'll come to know the titles of Harisena as well, not just the titles of okay Samudragupta. Samudragupta is ruler. Okay, so like this Harisena is the important official. Okay, so I mean, ಹೇಗೆ ಹೇಳೋದು ruler, king, CM, official. Okay, so important official, IS officer. Okay, so like Harisena, important official of like official IS officer. You know, like the present day laws and all you will see. Okay, who will be the people? Sign matra governor irutte. So like then there will be sign of the important leaders, cabinet ministers and all. But like who will be the people who will be actually compiling it? There'll be nothing but the bureaucrats. Why it is important for you people to write? Because you have to like what do you say, like compose those kind of sentences that will reach all the people. Okay, so again, even in the present day also, like the bureaucratic writing thing will be taken care by the bureaucrats only, official civil servants. Okay, so Avaklu Kuda, King Samudragupta, the person who was taking care of this writing aspect, it is Harisena. He was the composer. Okay, so like again, officer, na? Okay, so like this officer post, okay, Mahamatya, okay, Mahasandhi Vigrahaka. Okay, so it means like the person who is like involved in the foreign treaties. Okay, so like I'm making a friendly relationship with the foreign countries. Okay, so like this Mahamatya, and it is also said that even the Harisena's father, okay, he was also Mahamatya or Mahadanda. So what do you understand by this? Not just the position of king, the position of official is also becoming to certain extent hereditary. Harisena, Rapparu Kuda, like his father was also same. Do you think like the position of officials, forget about like the even the position of king shouldn't be hereditary, so it's not wrong. Like the leaders doesn't guarantee it that okay, so like their sons or daughters will become the next leading ruler, right? Yeah, so you want an example, like Rahul Gandhi has been like continuously pushed for becoming next PM since so many years. Hasn't happened yet. Not necessary, but like like Rahul Gandhi's ancestors. So like his father, Rajiv Gandhi, was a prime minister. Okay. His grandmother, Indira Gandhi, she was a prime minister. Great great grandfather, the first prime minister, Jawaharlal Nehru. Not necessarily that like Rahul Gandhi will become the prime minister. He might. Okay. I'm not saying he won't. Okay. But not necessarily that he will. There is a difference to whatever I have said. Okay. So that's the present day thing. Here, like everything is becoming hereditary. Forget about that. Okay. Kings becoming hereditary can be understood somehow. We have seen that like this Sabha, Samiti, Vidata's power getting decreased in the period of later Vedic times. Later Vedic times. Okay, so like from there, like it slowly started to become hereditary. Okay, it's been 1,500 years. So let's cut some slacks for the king. Okay, so like because tradition is important, no? Like we will follow tradition no matter whether it is right or wrong. Should we? No. The things which are wrong, there is no point of following those traditions, right? But like society will compel you and make you follow those things. Yeah, so that's you can see it in like okay many aspects. Okay, just because like it's a tradition doesn't mean like it has to be followed. Understand? Okay, so like here, like let's cut some slack because there is some tradition of like this hereditary in the kingdomship. So what about like the officials? Should officials be hereditary? Imagine like in the present day times, IAS ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಮಗನ IAS ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ IPS ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಮಗನ IPS ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ that shouldn't be the case. But from this, we'll know like okay, so like there is a the position also got headed. Okay, so getting some aspects. Okay, so like he is the most important ruler. Okay, one of the most important ruler who is also called as Napoleon of India. That is Samudragupta. Yeah, I was telling you about irony, right? So like there comes like this Prayag Prashasti. One side there are like some inscription. On the back side there is an inscription of Ashoka. Okay, so Ashoka we have come across after the Kalinga War. He entirely followed Buddhism and became peaceful. This we have seen. So like he wanted to like propagate the Dhamma Gosha rather than Beri Gosha. So he said, Chodo, wars ko chodo. So like he wanted to live in peace. Okay, at least after the Kalinga War. Okay. So one side, like okay, so like where peace is getting yeah, importance, like just on that Allahabad pillar inscription. Back side, okay, Ashoka's lines. Front side, okay, Harisena's lines about Samudragupta, how great he was just by winning the wars. Irony देखो. So India is a country where we will see a lot of irony, not just in olden times. One side peace, second side violence. Okay, winning a lot of wars, even in the present day times. One side like there is a lot of richness, other side like there is a lot of poverty. One side like there is a problem of obesity, second there is a problem of malnutrition, hunger. Present day ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ like there is a indicator which is very concerning indicator. 50% of the population by 2030 will be obese. Imagine the concerning indicator. And we also see that, like, okay, some countries, at least some part of India, at least some part of Africa, African countries, only, like African continentally, there are a lot of countries which are going through this problem of malnutrition, hunger. People are dying because there is no food. Just like olden times, like we again live in the so like two extremes. India is a land of extremes. This you can observe, right? One side for like simple petty things we care a lot. So like what happened to the Bollywood celebrity, what happened to that set cricketer, we care a lot. On the other side, some important aspects which can change our lives, we don't give a damn. Why should it be the case? Okay, all our hopes actually lies on the present generation. So we are betting on you people to okay, so like make the lives lives of the coming citizens okay better. Will you make it better or worse?
Better.
Better. How will you make it better? Okay, so like let's see. Okay, we'll be in touch. So I will know whether like you'll make it better or worse. Okay. Next, the person who followed Chandragupta, Samudragupta, it is none other than the greatest ruler of Guptas. Okay, so who took the title called Vikramaditya? Amongst all the people, like, okay, so the greatest person, like the greatest ruler who took this title, it is none other than Chandragupta too. Okay, this is, when you see the history, so it is written like this, but this history is exactly not like this. Okay, so like there comes a character called Ramagupta. Okay, like the forgotten ruler of Gupta dynasty. Okay, so like right after Samudragupta, shall I remove this? Okay. Yeah, right after Samudragupta, there came a ruler called Ramagupta. Okay, so this Ramagupta, he was getting attacked by another country. Okay, so like there, when like okay, he was getting attacked by another country. Okay, so like other people, other tribal, like other kings. So usually it must be Hunas. Okay, who must be attacking like Guptas during that time. Okay, so like this Hunas, when they were attacking, okay, so like he got the advice from his ministers that okay, so like give up the war, don't fight. We are not in a position to fight and defeat them. Okay, so like and give up the war. That led to so like Ramagupta not fighting. Okay, accepting the like suzerainty of the like Puna kings. Okay, and also like the queen of Ramagupta. Okay, her name is Dhruva Devi. Okay, she has been abducted by the Huna kings. Okay, so like it is said that so like you should send your wife through a Devi, so like there won't exist any war. Yeah. So Ramagupta somehow accepted it. It wasn't accepted by other people. Chandragupta too, so like severely opposed it. No matter what will happen if you get killed, you can't get killed before getting killed. Correct. So देख लेंगे बाद में क्या होगा. So he like severely opposed Chandragupta. Okay. When like I told you like when like okay it was said that the queen has to be sent to the court of Hunas. Okay. What happened was so like one female was sent. That female. Okay. So like she was sent to the court of Hunas, and like after going to that Hunas kingdom, so she like slays the king of okay so like the opposite king. She slays the king of Unas. Like when she takes out the okay, so like her makeup and everything, it was turned out to be none other than Chandragupta too. This Chandragupta too. Okay, so like he went in a like women's like dress. There like he killed the Unas. After coming back, he also kills the Ramagupta. What? Because like he brought shame to the family. Why? So that's why not many of the books, okay, mentions about this story of okay Ramagupta. When you read about the many books, like any books with respect to the chronology of Guptan rulers, you will see that like okay after Samudragupta directly they must have mentioned about Chandragupta too. This Ramagupta is the forgotten empire. So like her name is like the Ramagupta's wife's name is Dhruva Devi, right? So like I told you, Vishaka Datta has written two books. Okay, Mudra Rakshasa and Devi Chandraguptam. Okay, Mudra Rakshasa related to Mauryan dynasty. Okay, Devi, the wife of Ramagupta. Okay, Dhruva Devi and Devi plus Chandraguptam. Devi Chandraguptam. It is the this whole concept of Chandragupta too and like Devi. Later, like okay, where Chandragupta too married like that Dhruva Devi. So like that is the whole theme and story of the Devi Chandraguptam book, written by a person called Vishaka Datta. So he has written two books. Got like idea about both the books, Devi Chandraguptam as well as so like who is the main character in the Devi Chandraguptam? So like Devi plus Chandragupta. The main characters of Mudra Rakshasa. Who is the main character of Mudra Rakshasa? Nobody remembers. Main characters of Mudra Rakshasa. Chandragupta Maurya and what do you say, Dhanananda. Okay, so like Rakshasa, the minister of Nandas, and also Kautilya. They are the main characters. Okay, how many of you did revise yesterday's class and came to today's class? Okay, so anyways, which question? Mudra Rakshasa and Devi Chandraguptam. These are the two books written by a person called Vishakadatta. Okay, so Mudra Rakshasa's main character. So it's see Mudra Rakshasa. It is nothing but so like related to foundation of Mauryan dynasty. Devi Chandraguptam related to coming to the power of Chandragupta too. Okay, Vikramaditya. So like that is Vikramaditya. Like we come across two important universities. Okay, so like in this 5th century, so and also in the 9th century, 8th century. Okay, so like those two universities are called Nalanda and Vikramashila. So you don't know anything about Nalanda Vikramashila, still you must have heard about it, although like you haven't read. So why is that? These were the universities. See, the important universities will always be at the forefront of helping a society and the country in particular. Okay, so like imagine like India is a home of so like most of the famous universities, just like USA. Okay, so like USA has Harvard, USA has Caltech, USA has MIT. Okay, like USA has all these great universities, right? Like UK as well. UK is home for like this Oxford, Cambridge. So we don't have any of the universities of that name which we used to have. Imagine like okay, even if India had that kind of universities, that would have helped India, right? See, education will be at the forefront, and like it's the education that will change the face of the society. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ. So like here, so like you'll see the greatest universities like that were there in India. Now people of India go to other countries to study the like okay important aspects, important concepts, especially like when it comes to STEM. People go to other countries, right, to study because again we don't have the universities that can have all these facilities. Definitely improving. Okay, there is no doubt about it. So where we see like okay, India's like some of the ranking of the Indian university continuously getting improved. Okay, in the recent times, but we are not still at that level in the top 100 universities of the world. Okay, so like none of the Indian universities takes that place. But imagine back then, okay, we had two universities, Nalanda and Vikramashila. These universities, like, okay, so it was so famous. Okay, the people of other countries used to come to India just to study here. This Nalanda University, okay, so it was actually opened by the patronage given to this Nalanda University. So it was opened by a person called Kumaragupta. Kumaragupta. Okay, so like you can see the time period, and he was the one who can be associated with Nalanda University, not the Vikramashila University. Vikramashila University will be opened by Palas. So like that will be the part of tomorrow's topic. Okay, we'll talk about that as well. Okay, but for here, Nalanda University is opened by Kumaragupta. Okay, so Skandagupta is one of the last famous ruler of Guptas. Okay, we'll see. Like he also defeats the Puna rulers. He also defeats the Punas. Okay, so like the Skandagupta. After Skandagupta, we'll see like lot of what do you say incompetent rulers. So like are the weak rulers that came along that they weren't able to hold the like large areas. See, having more things cannot always be beneficial thing. Okay, having a lot of power so cannot always be a beneficial thing here. Okay, so like maybe rulers could have been like powerful as well. Okay, they would have been competent as well. But what if their competence is not that high, but where they could have held the like territory of smaller portion? Because like Gupta dynasty is really big. As you can see, like okay, present day states, like so many states have been covered here. Correct. Okay, so that's why like you see that. Okay, again, sometimes getting things which you don't deserve is not a good thing. It can become a cause. Okay, like unfortunately, like there is a like for unfortunate for the person called Arjun Tendulkar, who is a son of Sachin Tendulkar. There is a lot of focus on this person, and because his father made like such a good name for himself. Okay, so like he was always like looked up with suspicion whether he'll be able to rise to the level of Sachin Tendulkar or not. That put a lot of undue pressure, right? And obviously, like it would have given, I don't know, so I haven't met Arjun Tendulkar directly, but like that would have given made some problem in his life, that's for sure. So like again, coming with a lot of pressure. Okay, so especially when you are not competent, okay, so like it's not a good thing. That's why for this exam, okay, the position you'll be getting is like really higher position. Okay, so you are deciding those position. First, we should deserve, then desire. Okay, so like become a deserving person. Okay, improve your competence. Like there are a lot of skills to be learned. Articulation skill, writing skill. Okay, so like the skill to be really efficient. See, they are the skills, right? Ultimately, like once you become the officer, also like they are the skills. Like that is going to help you. So deserve before you decide, and you will get it definitely. Okay, so like this deserving. Okay, so whether you deserve it or not, that can be that can be built by your work, consistency, hard work. Okay, so anyways, like I'm not going to talk about all that. So only the point is because like the Gupta dynasty, so it was a like huge dynasty. So anyone wants to break? Anyone wants a break?
Yes.
You want a break? Okay. Yeah, 5 minutes. I'll take a break at 12 o'clock. Like this Gupta dynasty, it was a huge dynasty. So like the later rulers after Skanda Gupta. So they might not have been that competent. Okay. That has led to the decline of the Guptas. Okay. Any doubt here? No? Okay, so this is it. We'll come when we come back, we'll see some aspects of the Gupta dynasty. This is the political history of Gupta dynasty, the chronology of Gupta dynasty. Okay, so we'll when we come back, we'll see like some aspects of the Gupta dynasty. Okay. Hmm. What time you want to come back?
1996.
Huh?
1996.
12:06. Okay. Uh, take up to 12:10.
Okay.
When I say 12:10, don't come at 12, 10:12. Okay. So be here at 12:10. 12:10. You have 14 minutes. Recharge yourself, drink water, and you can come back. Okay. What's your name?
I think
What's his name?
Vishwanath.
Vishwanatha. Okay. You don't want break? You will be taking break here itself. Okay. Okay. You don't like drinking water. No. Is going on then. Yes. So what happens is the focus will be increased, but having sufficient water. So if you are hydrated, definitely focus. It's very good. I'm not like no water companies giving me money, so it should make you drink water. I'm not getting paid for that. As of now, though, it's okay. Start ಮಾಡೋಣ. Why isn't she coming? Okay, I forgot to tell one thing with respect to Chandragupta too. Okay, see what happened was, Vakataka dynasty existed during the Chandragupta's too, right? So we have seen like Vakatakas were those rulers that were controlling central India, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, that region. Okay, can you see here? Okay, so ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ okay, Chandragupta too had a daughter. Her name is Prabhavati. Okay, so Chandragupta II's daughter. Okay, this daughter. Okay, this Prabhavati, she was married to a person called Rudrasena. Okay, Rudrasena II, who was a Vakataka king. Okay, so Chandragupta II had a daughter. Okay, her name is Prabhavati. She was married to Rudrasena II. Okay, so who was a Vakataka king. So what happened was, like, after marriage of Rudrasena II, so see, this Chandragupta II is the greatest ruler already of like this Gupta dynasty. Okay, so he was controlling all of this. Okay, and like after marrying Rudrasena II, Rudrasena like he died very early. Rudrasena died very early. Okay, all the sons which Rudrasena had, the Vakataka king, they were like very, what do you say, like they were very young. Okay, they were like only kids during that time. Yeah, so like then there has to be someone who should control the kingdom of Vakatakas. So like she became the Prabhavati became the regent queen. Okay, but she's none other than the daughter of Chandragupta too. So like whatever like his father said, she was like okay, always in agreement with like okay, whatever her father's demand were. Okay, so like that led Chandragupta to conquer the Gujarat as well. Earlier, like he wasn't able to. So like later, with the help of the Vakatakas, like he was able to conquer the Gujarat. Okay, so like he virtually became the. Can you see like he virtually became the. See, in reality, like Vakataka is a separate dynasty. Okay, that were controlling some part of Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, and Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh. Okay, so but in reality, what happened? So like the king of like Vakataka, as like he has died untimely death. That led to power getting into the hands of Prabhavati. Prabhavati is nothing but daughter of Chandragupta. Chandragupta too. Okay, so like virtually became the real ruler of the whole of India, not just the Gupta dynasty. Okay, so like okay, so with respect to one more thing with respect to what do you say, like Samudragupta. So which is that Prashasti or inscription associated with Samudragupta? Allahabad, okay, inscription or Prayag Prashasti. Okay, so like with respect to Chandragupta too, the monuments that is associated with Chandragupta too. So like that is Mehrauli iron pillar inscription. Mehrauli. Mehrauli iron pillar. Okay. Want to see how Mehrauli iron pillar looks in the present day? The iron pillar, which was what do you say? It was resurrected 1,500 years back, 1,600 years almost. It's been 1,600 years. But can you see like this upper part? It hasn't been rusted. Okay, no rusting since 1,600 years. It's almost 1,600 years now. So what is the time period of Chandragupta too? You must have written 380 to 412. So now we are in 2020, 2025. How many years? Thousand six hundred thirteen. Okay. Okay, Ogli Bidi, don't calculate that. See, I thought like you're really fast when it comes to maths. So, see, how I calculate is okay, 425. Sorry, 412. Okay, let's imagine like it was installed in 412. Okay, so like now 2025. Okay, I'll just like remove the 12. Okay, 400 to 2000, 1600 years. Okay, so like then there is 25 years. So like here extra 25 years is there, but like that 12 years I have to minus 1600 plus like 25 minus 12, that is 13. 1600 plus 13, that 1613. Easy. You have to make the calculation simpler. Yesterday I was telling so 180. Okay, so like how I calculated this. Okay, so 12 into 8, 96. So like again, next that 12 again by 4. How many remained? So like that's how it makes calculation easier. Okay. I mean, you can have your own method. I have very unorthodox method when it comes to calculations. So, but like that will help us do calculate in a faster manner. Not that important. So, I was telling you about this iron pillar. So, which is like 1600 years old. Can you see the upper part? It hasn't been rusted in 1600 years. Isn't it a marvel? Like, okay, more than that. Okay, so like the thing really I want to talk about Gupta dynasty is it is called as golden period. Huh? Golden age of India. Okay, so I mean, I don't want to give the answer for this right now at this moment. Okay, we'll see like aspects of the Gupta dynasty. So after that, so I will let you choose whether can you call it as a golden period, the golden age of India or not. Okay, so like this, by this, what can you understand? 1600 years, no rusting. It means when it comes to metallurgy, okay, that is double T, not H. Okay, so like that's how I write. So when it comes to metallurgy, they must have had good amount of knowledge. Okay, so this scientist got curious. How come like some iron will always get rusted? Okay, you want to see you want to see example for that? Just look around. You'll find like some places which have been okay. So just 200 years or 100 years. So not even so how much like okay, how many years like this chair must have been? How many years old? 1 year, 1 year old. You got rusted. Can you imagine? Like, can you see? Like this lower part is somewhat rusted, not completely rusted. That okay, like lower parts somewhat rusted because of continuous contact with the groundwater. Okay, so this you can see like many chairs here, which have been like just 1 year old or rusted now. But this 1600 years, okay, they haven't rusted. That made scientists very curious. Kya hai ye? How come like this iron pillar after 1600 years it hasn't got rusted? They tried to read the composition. Okay, so some information they got. Okay, but unfortunately, we still don't have this technology. We lose a lot of money just to like repair this rusting, right? Can you imagine, like, see, reading history, if this knowledge could have transferred to the next generations, how much money could have we could have saved? How much money the whole country could have saved? Okay, history is not just relics of the past. History has present day relevance. Yeah. Not just that. Okay, there is one famous painting. Okay, that has been constituted during the Gupta age. That painting is called Padmapani. Who is this person? Padmapani. Come across this name? Yes. Who is him? This painting of Padmapani, it is there in Ajanta. Beautiful place, Ajanta Ellora, which like you can find in present day Maharashtra. Okay. One question for you people. Okay, so which is the river that flows near the Ajanta? Find out and tell me. Okay. I mean, there is no need to find out. I will only tell. So that is Vagora River. The reason why I am telling you is like this is PYQ, previously asked question. Re, ಏನ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Okay, once if the question has been asked, okay, so just think over it. Think why I am telling you. Okay, so UPSC or like any exam will have how many facts? Lakhs of facts in front of them. Okay, so like then which topics they have to choose to frame 100 questions. Like within that, like history is a weightage of every year, like okay, every general paper. So weightage of history can be 15 to 20. Okay, but like history we know, so like it's a source of so many things that have happened. Okay, so like there will be lakhs of facts. Okay, examiner will have to just pick 15 or 20 questions. So how can he pick like 15, 20? How? He can pick 15, 20. So like based on understanding which are really important things that have shaped the history of India. Correct. Okay, so like it means what? It means like they are really the basic things. Okay, that are part of 20% rule, Pareto's law. Remember? Okay, if it's already asked, okay, it's within that part, 20%. Okay, so like you just have to like continue like studying more about that topic. The way like where you can get an edge, it's not just by continuous reading of or continuous collection of facts. That's not going to let you help the like, help you clear this exam. Identify the themes. See one theme which you can understand. Okay, so like first class also I would have shown you. Okay, so like history, don't study just as history. Okay, so do you remember when I was showing you the Mahajanpadas? Okay, I showed you that map, Mahajanpadas. So while showing that map, I told you one thing, if you remember. Okay, so like take that India map. So beside that India map, compile a table. Okay, Mahajanpada, capital. Okay, so like the river it is flowing in. Okay, so ಏನ್ ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ನಾನಿಲ್ಲಿ? History and geography should be combined and studied. It's the geographical features that are going to be asked as a question with respect to historical places. This, will you believe it or not, this is a question of 2025. Mahajanpadas and rivers associated. This is a question of 2021. Okay, so which is the river that passes near the Ajanta? Ajanta is a historical place where you find like the beautiful caves. Okay, I mean the caves are really beautiful. That's why like people say like in life at least one time like you have to see Ajanta. So like it's all what do you say? What is this mountain, right? So within this mountain they have created the caves. Can you see like okay is it visible? Okay, how beautiful it is like and it has two stories. Two stories is like ground floor and first floor. See here, this is ground floor, this is first floor. There are like lot of chaitya and viharas have been built. Around 29 caves have been found in Ajantas. Within that, two are dedicated for chaitya and like 27 are dedicated for viharas. This built because of the two dynasties that have like really contributed to this. One is Gupta, second is KAS. We'll come across one more ruler. Okay, so like with respect to what do you say, Vakatakas as well. Later Vakataka rulers. Okay, so like he must have belonged to a sect called what is that? Okay, I'll tell it later. I forgot that sect of Vakatakas because Vakatakas is that topic that you're not going to read in depth. Okay, Pusha Gulma sect. Okay, I'll tell it in the next class. Okay, where was I? I was telling you about like this ajantas. Okay, so within this ajantas, like you'll find chaityas and viharas. Okay, so you can see that, right? It has like two stories. The mountains have been carved in such a manner. Within that, like if you any enter, okay, you'll see like okay many Buddhist aspects. Okay, you'll find the Buddhist paintings. Usually, the thing is Guptas, Brahmins, Brahmanical dynasty. Okay, but like they're giving patronage to Buddhism. Okay, Shatavahanas. Okay, where like this, what do you say, Amravati as a Buddhist center really developed. Okay, again, Shatavahanas given the patronage to this Amravati, which is a Buddhist center. We have talked about Ashoka. Ashoka, like he himself was a Buddhist, but he has given patronage to Brahmanism as well as Ajivika sects. What do you understand by all this? What do you understand by all this? Like later also, like you'll see that there comes one more dynasty that was ruling Karnataka. That is called like Chalukya dynasty, Western Chalukyas. But what do you understand by all this? India, no, not just Buddhism is important. India hasn't always fought on the basis of religion. There was religious tolerance. You come from a land where there was a religious tolerance, where people lived in harmony. Reading history, so like whatever the differences we find in the society present day, so like you can solve it. You can see not just that. Okay, so when you read about Bhaktism and Sufism, you'll come across many Sufi saints. So like that have really loved. Okay, so like Indian traditions. Okay, some of the like okay Muslim Sufi saints, they were called Siddh. Siddh is one who perfect the poses of yoga. They also like trying to teach you like harmony, love. Okay, all these can be questions again. So that's why I'm like talking about all this. Can you understand? Okay, so like there are parts of like Indian history, so where like there was religious tolerance amongst religions. See Bhakti and Sufi. A lot of elements of Bhakti has been inspired from like Sufi saints. Okay, like where like you lose in form of like music, devotion. Okay, where like okay Hindus used to sing. So like that has been started by like okay Muslims as well. Haven't you heard about Qawwalis? Qawwalis like where like the singer immersed himself in the okay so a prayer of God, where like he loses himself. Okay, he was so immersed in that prayer of God. Entire country where like there was religious tolerance. All these are examples. Okay, I was talking about what do you say? I was talking about the contributions that has been given by the Gupta dynasty. So you understood like there was metallurgy that was improved. You see like architectural features that has been like reached to its zenith. See again like this Padmapani that must have been compiled much earlier. It still looks like this. The painting after 1500 years. uh, we always think that like ourselves as really smart people. No? We always think that the next generation will think you as dumb. Just like, okay, how you think like the older generation of you people are dumb. Okay. So like similarly, the next generation which comes after you, they will think you people as dumb. But the reality is different. Can you imagine like, okay, so what kind of information they would have had? 1500 years is not a small time. Still existing. Like I don't want to take any names of Asian prince or something that won't last. So I have already took. So if it is a copyright, we'll all share the price. Okay. So like they might sue me. Okay. So because I am taking the name of the company, and that won't last. That won't last 100 years. But like see here. Okay, just by using the natural elements, the natural metals, they are creating this kind of beautiful paintings that are still surviving in the present day. If it doesn't amazes you, okay, so I don't know what will. And also, we'll come across, okay, many of the temples being built. Okay, the temples that have been built during the Guptas were like usually, what do you say? Uh, Not that well developed. Structural temple building has been started. Like there are two types of temples. One is cave temples. Second is like structural temples. Okay, cave temples I showed you. Okay, so like this, like what do you say, Ajanta cave temples, where like you have seen like two chaityas and 27 viharas have been built. Okay, so what is chaitya? Quick revision. Vega, heading. What is chaitya?
The place where it is.
Yeah, so like it's a Buddhist place where like it's getting worshipped. What is viharas? It's yeah. So where the Buddhist monk will take rest. Okay, so like and one more question, like who was this Padmapani? Where this painting has been built? Like this Padmapani, El Sigutte. Okay, so where like the painting of this Padmapani has been found? That's nothing but a question. Ajanta. Ajanta caves, like that's where like he has been found. That's question. Okay, so where this Ajanta is, like near the Vagavara river. That's a question. Whatever I am speaking have already been questions. See, in my class, rather than just the stories, I also want to tell you, like, okay, so what are the areas there? Like, okay, the question can be asked. Okay, it's ultimately the tangible things that is marks that's going to help you. Okay, all these are questions. I wanted to ask you that question. So, who was this Padmapani? Nobody answered. I also forgotten because I wanted to tell other things, and you also forgotten because you got off the hook. Okay, who is this Padmapani? We talked about him. Day before yesterday also we talked. Yesterday also we talked. Today also we are talking about this Padmapani. Padmapani is one of the bodhisattva. Who are bodhisattvas?
Who delay their own salvation.
Who delay their own salvation so other like where so that they can help other people get the salvation. They are the bodhisattvas. Okay, so what does this Padmapani suggest? Maitreya is future Buddha. Okay, so like this Padmapani or Avalokiteshvara is it's a compassionate Buddha. Okay, all these can be a questions. So we got a lot of information, I guess. Is today's class feeling information heavy? No. See, although like you need to gain information. Okay, okay. See towards me. Not so you said your name is Vishwanath, right? So, like where you thinking Vishwanath is like trying to give you some important information. So is that why like you are trying to look back? Okay, so like it's Chetan who is giving the information as of now. Okay, so okay, I lost my chain of thoughts. Where was I? Huh? Compassionate with them. Okay, forget it. I like definitely lost it. I wanted to tell something. See, there is a point why like the flow shouldn't be missed in the class. Why I want your complete attention towards me. Okay, so like again, we'll come back to the topic. The structural temples have been built, but the temples that have been constructed in the Guptas, okay, like they were starting stages of the temples. Okay, not the like beautiful temples which you see later times only like that you will see, right? So from the period of Pallavas also. Okay, so like you will see Pallava temples, you'll see Chalukya temples. Have you visited like the place is called Pattatkal, Aivadai? Okay, so like there also you'll see a lot of temples. Anyone has visited here Hampi near to you people? where Vijayanagara Samrajya has constructed temples? No, never bothered to visit. They're like really near, right? It must be 300 kilometers to you people. Astala are lesser than that. 250, 300 kilometers. Go for a solo ride. Okay. So find more about like Indian history. There are like lot of things that can be built. And I have also heard like there is some place called Buddha Vihar here. Buddha Vihar. I have visited it. Okay. No? No, never visited. You visited. Gulbarga? ಅದನ್ನೇ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರೋದು ಗುಲ್ಬರ್ಗದ್ದೇ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಸೊ ವಿಸಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀರಾ ಅಂತ ಸೊ ಐ ಹರ್ಡ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ 10 kilometers. I haven't got the chance like we'll see before I leave from here near to Gulbarga University, besides the Gulbarga University, just besides the Gulbarga University. Okay, so like what is the okay like how many kilometers it is? Yeah,
From here, it's
10 15 kilometers. Okay, so you can go. So like we have discussed a lot of things with respect to Buddhism. So we'll try to see like okay, so what are the forms of Buddhas? So which school like okay, so like this sculptor can came from. Like we have seen like we have heard about three schools, no? Gandhara, Mathura, and Amravati. Okay, whenever like you see completely Buddha built in a white form. Okay, so like that comes from Amravati school. They're not discussing about art and architecture. Okay, art and architecture also have been should be dealt separately because like you will get many questions out of this art and architecture. Okay, so like they like you can see. Okay, so I told you about like this Gandhara school, how like okay they imitated the Buddha to be the form of God earlier, like the way similar way the way they used to imitate the see Greek gods have been depicted in a certain manner, like broad shoulders, curly hairs, okay, and meditating pose. Okay, so like all these things like that used to be the like shape of the Greek gods. Okay, like similarly, like you will see the Buddha in the similar form, long hairs, broad shoulders, okay, sitting in the meditating pose, and like there is a halo just beside the head. Okay, so like that is nothing but like these features came from Gandhara school of art. See, like you must you like when you go there, you will visit a lot of things, and it is called Vihara, right? What is Vihara? Resting place. See, whatever like you're reading, you went to like Buddha Vihar, right? So have you thought like okay, what is this Vihara before the class?
Vihar, it's the place of Rome.
A place of
Peace of Rome.
piece of room.
Noise where they noise the
No, but like actually, like we have read no. So architecturally, so viharas are nothing but dwelling place, resting place. Resting place can be peaceful. It will be beneficial if the resting place are peaceful. And Andhra, like it won't be peaceful, right? It won't help. Okay, you can't trust when like there is a lot of noise. You can't trust definitely. Okay, so like the simple type of temples that have been built. Okay, so like during the Gupta period. Okay, so like this is called where the deity will be placed. This is called Garbhagriha. Now kuda you can see okay where the deity will be placed, okay, which needs to be see within the temples you'll see like many names. Okay, so like there will be shikras, right? Present daily. Okay, so like this is called like shikra, this is called garbhagriha. Within this like now other rooms will become, and you can actually like go for pradakshina path. Okay, through this Garbhagriha, out of this Garbhagriha, where you can actually like take the rounds. That is called Pradakshina Path. And where you can stand. Like there is a certain point beside which the common people cannot be entered. Okay, so like that, the place where you can stand, that is called Antarala. ಓಕೆ ಅಂತರಾಳ ಓಕೆ ಅದ್ರ ಹೊರಗಡೆಗೆ ಏನಿರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಂಟಪಾಸ್ ಅಂತ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ಓಕೆ ಸೊ ಬಟ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಯು ವೋಂಟ್ ಬಿ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ಸಿ ಆಲ್ ದ ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ಸ್ like not the pradakshina path you can see to certain extent, so like where people can go from this and take a circle ambulatory path, so like that you can see here. But like you can see garbhagriha, so you can see so shikara is somehow destroyed here. Okay, but like simple shikara later period like the complex shikara have been formed. Have you seen Madurai temples? Beautiful temples. Okay. And there is a reason why it should be called as golden age. You have seen like okay some architectural contribution of the Gupta period. Okay, we'll now see so some of the architecture like some of the personalities that did exist in the period of Guptas. Okay, one of the most famous person that lived in the court of I said Buddha, right? Okay, so no. Now we have to see some of the people like that lived in the court of Chandragupta. Okay, they are actually called as Navratnas. Buddha somehow like okay involuntarily coming along, although like he is not a topic of discussion here. Okay, so like after these classes, have you understood something about Buddha? Are you able to appreciate what a great man he must have been? Okay, what a great thought he must have had. Okay, before class, you might not be aware about all these like principles, philosophies like Buddha had. 2,600 years, I thought 2,700 years actually. In fact, okay, still considered one of the most famous philosophers the world has seen. Someone living for 2,700 years, like again, at least in the popular memory, it's nothing short of an achievement. You won't see many persons who can come along and who can change the world the way Buddha did. Okay, so like there are Navratnas that did exist in the court of Chandragupta too. Okay, so Chandragupta too, important personality, very important personality, and one of the most famous person like that lived in the court of Chandragupta too. His name is Kalidasa. Okay, so like Kalidasa, he has written lot for. You'll get this PDF. Okay, this has been a PYQs. Malvika Agnimitra. Okay, so like this Malvika plus Agnimitra, it's a love story between Malvika and Agnimitra. Agnimitra, it is nothing but okay, so like ruler of Shunga dynasty. He is the son of founder of Shunga dynasty. Who is founder of Shunga dynasty? Who is founder of Shunga dynasty? Pushyamitra Sunga. Okay, so like this Agnimitra is founder of like son of founder of Shunga dynasty. Okay, so like this Malvika Agnimitra, it is based on his personality. Okay, and like there is one more book called Abhignana Shakuntalam. Okay, so like there are like lyrical poems called Megaduta, and like there is Raghuvamsha and Kumara Sambhava as well. Okay, so like these are the literary works of great Kalidasa. Okay, so like things can be asked, and like there is one more drama which is called Vikram Urvishya. That is also like drama written by Kalidasa. Okay, this Kalidasa, he was there in the court of Chandragupta too. Okay, so like Navaratnas, what does the meaning of the Navaratna means? Nine jewels. Okay, like there were nine personalities that existed in the court of Chandragupta. Okay, so one is okay Kalidasa. Second person name is Varahamira. Okay, so like he's an authority on Jyotisha. He has written two books, Briyat Samhita and Pancha Siddhantika. These are the works of Varahamira. Okay, greatest astronomer. Okay. Unlike olden times and unlike present day times, where you see astrology has become a proper business now. Okay, no, don't know like to what extent like they're true, but like all they are doing is like they are selling their business. Okay, but it shouldn't be. It shouldn't have been the case. Okay. Anyways, I have written this in red to tell you because okay, this Aryabhata, okay, not considered one of the like jewels. He was there in the like his time period is also similar. Okay, might be like around that time, but like he was not one of the nine Navratnas that was there in the court of Chandragupta too. So like this Navratnas existed in the court of Chandragupta too. Okay, so like he might not have been there. Okay, but Aryabhata, so like he has written a book called Aryabhatiya. Okay, and he was the person who told okay, so like it is Earth which revolves around the sun. It's not like okay, so sun which comes in the east and sets in the west. It's he said like okay, you go like okay, you will revolve around the sun. So that's why it feels like okay, so like sun is okay getting up in the east and setting in the west. But like the reality is, so it's you like okay, who is taking the round? Okay, it's you means earth here. Okay, so like he told that you can understand. Okay, so like do you know what is pi? What is pi? The number is 22 by 7. So like this is the approximate number. This is not the real number. Okay. So what pi is called? Pi is nothing but the irrational number. Irrational number is that number which cannot be represented in p by y form. Sorry, p by q form. That is irrational number. See, that's why I am telling you here, like we are representing pi as like 22 by 7, p by q form. But like this is not the exact value. This is the approximate value. Okay, here because like there is no pattern. So like if you know pi 3.14 something, even if like you write up to 200 digits or 2000 digits, 10,000 digits. Okay, so like you won't have any pattern. At least, so if there has to be like, okay, after 100 numbers, if there can be a pattern formed, okay, so like then also we can consider it as a rational number. If you write it up to 200 digits, 1000 digits, still like there won't be any, okay, so pattern that can emerge out of this. Okay, and like here you can see Aryabhata. So he has calculated the values of pi up to 4 digits. That too in the 4th, 5th century. Okay, he must have been like really so much ahead of his time, no? And sometimes it's wrongly credited that he's the person who has invented zero, but like that's not true. Okay, it's not Aryabhata, it's some Indian, but like unknown Indian. Okay, we don't know the unknown Indian means we don't know the name of the person who has actually discovered it. But Aryabhata used zero many times in his works. That's why, like, okay, sometimes wrongly credited that he is like, okay, inventor of the zero, but that's not true. See, like this zero must have changed the way we look at the numbers for sure. Okay, for example, just imagine, I'll just give you an example 4967. Okay, and the Greek people, they also knew about numbers, right? So like if he's doing a market business, okay, so like this, he will write L, X, M, there will be numbers of Greek, no? So like this. Then if he has to actually like include two, like just include like 250 or okay, yeah, 200 or 250. So like you'll have to like again do L, X, M or something. Okay, whatever 257 is. So like then that is very cumbersome calculation, right? So like because like now you know how to use the zero. So like just add zero here and write 257. You can actually calculate and it will become very easier. It's just more than 5,000. Okay, so like they said like this zero has also value. Okay, Indians used that. Okay, so like these people, the people of Europeans, the one with like okay, who are credited with the most civilized people, they got to know this in the 11th, 12th century, 11th century. Okay, and they thought that okay, so it was Arabic people who invented this zero. They credited like wow, Arabic people are really intelligent, but Arabic people in turn got this idea from Indians. We know like okay, Indian books like from 4th century itself like use the way of using zero like this. Okay, so like this Aryabhata, so like although like he was not one of the Navratnas, okay, so like he's still considered one of the great mathematician the world has seen. Okay, see this all of this when there was no technology he calculated all of this. Isn't it beautiful? There are other personalities as well who were there in the court of Chandragupta. Okay, so like one again like Dhanvantari, he is related with medicine. We have seen Amar Simha. Amar Simha, like he in that question where like he was associated with Harshavardhana, but like Amar Simha is one of the person, okay, one of the jewel who was there in the court of Chandragupta. He has written a book called Amara Kosha. So like there is Shanku, there is like there are a lot of personalities. This you can buy it later. Okay, this by heart it. I don't usually tell that, okay, you need to by heart the things, right? So, but with respect to the works of these people, including Aryabhata, by heart it. And try to know these names, like they are associated with a person called Chandragupta too. Okay, so like just make a table. Okay, so like persons. Okay, so like their work. Okay, and 9 jewels of Chandragupta too. Whenever like they are making you like they are framing the statement. See, statement hing frame ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. Okay, just like Amarasimha. Okay, so he has been like associated with Ashavardhana. Okay, or like they might associate it with like okay, Vishakadatta, they might associate it with Ashoka, which is not true. Okay, or like this Aryabhata. Okay, he might get associated with like some other dynasty, which is not true again. Kalidasa might get associated with like some other ruler. That is not true again. See, through permutation and combination, a single statement, through single statement, I can make hundreds of wrong statements. That's how permutation combination works. So we have known that like through that question where like Kalidasa is associated with Chandragupta too. Correct. Kalidasa associated with Chandragupta too. That is right statement. Okay, so like Kalidasa, one of the greatest author the world has seen. Okay, he was there in the Gupta ruler Samudragupta. If I make this statement, everything is right except the last word Samudragupta. If I just actually like leave it up to he was there in the court of Gupta rulers, it is right. Okay, through this permutation combination, this is how competitive exam works. Through this permutation combination, I can create a number of wrong statements. So do you understand? So when I said about Pareto's law and 20% informations, so like you have to identify those 20% informations and by heart learn it properly, like associate those things with the other things. That will help you gain the marks. Okay. This you can by heart it later. Okay. Is there anything else we have to see with respect to this? Yeah. And there is one person. Okay. So like a Chinese traveler. Okay. His name is Fa Hen. Fa Hen, okay, who is a Chinese traveler, he came into the court of Chandragupta too. There were 9 jewels. This is also question. Fa Hen, a Chinese traveler, who came into the court of. Options were Samudragupta, Chandragupta too, Kumaragupta, Skandagupta. What should be the answer? Chandragupta too. Okay, this, whether you believe it or not, this question has been asked in 2025 UPSC. Okay, see again, theme. Important theme is travelers. Okay, travelers, time period, whose gate they came, table. Is history doable now? Have you got the ideas? Okay, within the 4 days, okay, how history needs to be prepared. I'm sure like you won't be able to remember everything I have said. But are you getting the ideas? How like you will approach the topics? See, you might understand like some of the topics we have dealt here. Okay, but you also need to understand, okay, the ideas which we have discussed, the facts. Okay, so you're talking about YouTube, no? YouTube gives you facts. Okay, so here we are trying to discuss ideas. Ideas is the most powerful thing. Okay, and ideas is innate. I'm not copying it from like somewhere and trying to tell you. Okay, so like this through my work. Okay, so based on me seeing so many questions, understanding okay what they are trying to see, what they are trying to test. Okay, this is my innate thing. Okay, so that's how I see things. Like okay, so I want you people. Like when I started my preparation, this is how I used to see things. Okay, how this can be like simply like how I can compile these things in a simplified form which will let me gain more marks. Okay, so like these are the ways. Okay. Identify the themes, identify the things. So like then go through it. Okay. Like this Fahin, he visited in the court of Chandragupta too. Okay, and he came to study Buddhism. You know, like all these travelers, especially like just Chinese travelers, why they would have come? They would have come because like they were really interested with respect to, okay, 25 is there, with respect to like this Buddhism. They were really got interested. See, you want me to give you an example? Okay, so no matter which religion you are, like whenever your parents wants to visit the holy place, so have you seen them when they really want to visit the holy places? Either like it can be Makkah, Medina, or like any of the Hindu temples. So like your parents will be really excited, no? Because like the holy places going there gives them a lot of happiness. Okay, and there is certain place in that. Okay, for Buddhism, like which is the holy place? India. This is where like okay he propagated his religion. Bodh Gaya. That's where like okay he got enlightenment. Sarnath. Okay, that's where like okay he has given his first sermon. Kushinagar in UP. That's where like okay he has taken his last breath. Can you understand now why these people might have been so excited to come to India? So many Chinese travelers because like Buddhism is already propagated. We know like the son and daughter of Ashoka the Great, Mahinda and Sangamita. They have been sent to Tibet as well as Sri Lanka to propagate the religion of Buddhism. I mean, see, why Ashoka has been given that great importance with respect to with respect to Buddhism. So it is because the contribution he has made. He has given everything with respect to Buddhism, all his money, all his wealth, all his life. Okay, Buddhism owes so much to Ashoka. Can you imagine? Like 84,000 stupas have been constructed because of the contributions made by Ashoka. 84,000 stupas. What are stupas? Forgot. Stupas are the relics of Buddhism. Okay, so where any of either ashes, bones, teeth, okay, and based on which like the mounds have been built. It's originated in Buddhism, right? I told you, right? I told this specifically in the class. Okay, so although stupas are associated with Buddhism, it's not originated in Buddhism. Just by knowing the simple information, you'll be able to crack this exam. But like you need to know it with a lot of clarity. That's the difference. You don't need to like read everything and anything. I'll show you this question. Okay, so the kind of words sometimes UPSC uses, it's mind-boggling. Okay, so like they somehow want to make statements really difficult. Do you remember like there was a statement in yesterday's question, Sarvastavadins, the constituent of phenomenon existed forever in the latent form. कौन समझ सकता है भाई इसको? Like क्यों? Like see, the deification of Buddha when it comes to Mahayana Buddhism. So like they said deification of Buddha was there. So like directly not tell, like they can't tell worshipping of Buddha was there. It's easier to understand for us, right? So but like they want to say like okay, deification of Buddha started from Mahayana Buddhism. That's all that they want to use the statements. Like so that like it can appear more difficult for you people. Okay, so like that question, which like on which stupas have been asked, this has been asked in the year 2023 itself. All these were like recent past questions. There you will see that. Okay, so like real difficult question, the kind of words UPSC has used. So like, but अंदर में कुछ नहीं था. You just needed to know this concept that so like the origin of stupas is not associated with the Buddhism, although stupas are associated with the Buddhism. So उसको like पता होता, like you would have made that statement right. I'll show you that question tomorrow. Like I'll show you that question so you can understand that. Okay, so like these are like few of the things that have been given by Fahim. I have to move like a bit faster now. Okay, so in today's class we will see some other things as well. We have to see one more dynasty. Okay, that followed Guptas. Okay, Chalukyas and Pallavas in South India. So like like we have to see like one of the North Indian dynasty called Harshavardhana. So Vardhana dynasty. Okay, so like that we'll finish it off, and we'll also try to finish off Chalukyas and Pallavas. So are you ready? Okay, so you need one more break in today's class. Like we shall finish like the whole of ancient India. Is it fine? Okay, so I'll give you one more break, and after completion of this Guptas, otherwise also I can complete. Okay, so just by showing you things. So whether you want me to deal in that manner, or like you want me to give some break and explain the things in bit more detail. Explain things in more detail. So then I need your cooperation. Okay, so what you will do is take one more break. Okay, at 1:30. So we'll see. Like we'll try to finish it off a bit earlier. But so I will have to rush because see Guptas. Without showing you all this, I couldn't have moved past Guptas. Like now, sometimes like when Chandragupta will, when the name of Chandragupta too will come, so we'll somehow understand how we virtually became the emperor of whole India. But without the story of Prabhavati, how will you understand? How like okay, so like the valor or greatness of Samudragupta. Okay, so without the complete Prayak Prashasti, how will you understand? It sometimes become necessary so that like I can talk about these rulers in bit more depth. Okay. You can inform home. So anyways, the classes will extend up to 2. So within 2, I will try to finish it off. Okay, 2, maybe 250 something. That's it. 1 5, not 15. Like 5 hours, like that will be too much. See, I can keep telling, but like that doesn't serve the purpose if you don't understand. So like you need to have the focus as well from your side. Okay, so that's why like I told you I'll give you break as well. Okay, and like because here society I can directly move on without telling you anything. But like question can from here, can come from here. Okay, with this administration, like there is a reason as well. This year, actually in 2025 questions, like there was a question with respect to Mauryan administration. Who are these persons like called as Pradeshikas? Okay, they are nothing but the district administrators. These Pradeshikas are the district administrators in the Mauryan dynasty. See, Mauryan dynasty is so huge. Whenever like you will see a huge dynasty. So one thing you have to understand, administrating is difficult. Okay, they have to be divided. India is huge country. So like so that administration becomes easier, we have divided them. We have divided them into states, then further divided them into districts, further divided them into taluks. Why are we doing all this? This division, so the administration becomes simpler. Yoshramadi. This concept is same. Okay. Whenever like the country is huge, okay, the administration cannot be dealt by only single person. There have to be division. Imagine like what if like there are no states in India. Imagine what if there are no districts in the state. Doesn't it become really difficult? Administration will be in utter chaos, right? So like these dynasties, especially Mauryan dynasty, which you have seen, what if like there was no division of provinces, districts, and the villages? They needed to have division. Okay, see, any district like this administration. Why I want to tell you this? Pradeshikas are like okay, yuktas. They are nothing but the district administrators in the modern period. That's been a question of 2025. Just 3 years back, 2021. Okay, so like 4 years back. So like there was a question asked by UPSC again on the Mughal administration. Mughal is also that dynasty, so that control huge places. There are like okay, so sarkars. Okay, like again there are something called parganas. Okay, there are something called subas. Like there are like something called sarkars. Okay, Suba, Sarkar, Pargana. Okay, Suba is the largest unit that can be associated with the state. Country ಒಳಗೆ largest unit ಯಾವ್ದು ಇವಾಗ present day time ಅಲ್ಲಿ? State. Okay, so like that is Suba. Okay, so like then further down, so like state ಒಳಗೆ largest unit ಯಾವ್ದು presently? District. So like presently we call them districts. Back then like they used to be called as Sarkars. So like then Parganas. Okay, so like this is with respect to Mughals. So like again, with respect to Mauryas, like the state used to be called as like provinces. Okay, and the district used to be called as Pradeshas, which was under the control of Pradeshikas or Yuktas. Okay, see, this administration has become important now. So like again, one trick. Okay, everybody, anyways, like the whole world can watch it. It will be in YouTube. So take ChatGPT. So tell it which are the important dynasties you see. Okay, so especially the bigger dynasties, how the administrations you can compile it. All the administration of all the dynasties you can compile it at one place and revise it before going to the exam. Trick, ideas, get the marks. Okay, ultimately ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಲ್ಲಿ? To get the marks. Okay, along with learning the subject, you need to get the marks. This is not a graduation course where like you'll be reading history for you are a student of history, right? So like you must have read whole of ancient India in 6 months, one semester completely you must have read. So ancient India. So like here, can you appreciate how much we have covered in 4 days?
There will partial speed and do the glance of the
What?
They only give glance about their own.
Where?
In
In college. That too for 6 months they will take the class. Here, how much time we have taken? So, and what are the things we have covered? No, like so many things, right? The whole of ancient India could have been covered. To certain extent, we have covered. So, like, do you consider like whatever like we have covered, it is more in depth compared to your college? What has been covered in college? Yeah, so the two where they have the opportunity to teach you for one semester complete ancient India, we have dealt it in 4 days. Okay, so again, the way along with that, so like these ideas that can't be taught unless like they have seen all the questions of UPSC and how the examiner will think. They can't tell you like okay how okay so you need to think. That's the difference. And when it comes to competitive exam preparation, here the subjects are not difficult, but the time you need to give for a subject. So that is where the trick lies. You need to understand, okay, in a very short span of time, and you should move ahead because I understand history is not the single subject, and like within history also we have to read a lot of things. There is ancient, there is medieval, there is modern, there is post-independent, there is world history. Okay, so like then there is geography. Geography can also be divided into like physical geography, Indian geography. Okay, so economic geography, human geography. Then there is economy. Okay, so like then there is society. Then there is like polity. Polity again can be divided into polity. Okay, so like the constitution, the governance part, the international relation. There is social justice. There is ethics. There is essay writing. So like you need to read a lot of subjects, but like for a subject, how much time you can give? So that's where the trick lies. No, the trick lies in understanding the subject in lesser span of time and like learning the trade-off tricks. Okay, so will you use all this? I have given a lot of ideas with respect to this. Okay, within 4 days.
What are today's
Lot of details and ideas also. Okay, so like which you can like see now once my part is done, it's your part. Okay, so with respect to like whatever the map work like I have told you compiling because I'll go after 2 days. Okay, so but like the subject should remain with you. That can remain with you like if you complete the works. I know nobody has like bothered to see the maps with respect to Lithic period or Harappan civilization. Okay, at least once like these classes are done, once you get like free time, there will be holidays coming up for Dasra time. Okay, so like they compile these. Okay, or else you can forget it also. But like, what's the point? There is so much of effort which we have put together. Not my effort. Like, okay, I consider your effort as well. I won't be able to tell if you're not interested. Okay, so like the only reason I'm telling you because like you people are showing the interest. Okay, see, education is free presently. Open YouTube. You can learn from the Harvard professors, MIT professors. Okay, but do you think all the people will have the ability to sit and learn? Education is free. Okay, the but will to learn that you need to cultivate yourself. It's free. Open YouTube like Harvard early natural language processing are the complex business topics that you can see like in the openly uploaded in YouTube. Okay, so but do we want to see? That depends on our will. Okay, it's universe. Like that YouTube is universe. Like there is one person called Michael Sandel. Okay, who has taken a course in ethics, Harvard professor. He is one of the topmost authority when it comes to ethics and beautiful lectures. Instead of like just teaching it, he just make people think and answer. He will open up the dimension in such a manner so like the people will completely get involved in the class. That's how like the classes need to be conducted. I mean if you see the Michael Sandels like 2009 videos, so your ethics concepts will definitely take a turn for good, not for worse. Like the way he opens up the dimensions, so you'll understand with like what is this subject ethics. That's there like okay, so like the collection of 10 12 videos like that is there in YouTube. Find time sometimes. Okay, go through that. Okay, Michael Sandel, his name is. Okay, if you forget, like, okay, whatever I'm saying, So like all these like lectures are like available in YouTube. Just like all the YouTubers, should I say, like Guru Diksha IAS channel name is like, share, subscribe. After watching all the videos, that's what you hear, right? Okay, so like here I'm not for the marketing of Guru Diksha Academy, so but I'm just telling you, okay. Guru Diksha won't pay me extra if I market with respect to like, okay, like, share, subscribe their channel. Okay. What was I telling? Come back to the topic. Okay. So that mood refreshed. Shall we go back to the topic? Okay. So like the fire came into the court of Chandragupta too. So here, so I told you about one of the topic, right? So like the Chandelas. Okay. Chandelas, like the fifth varnas of the society, who were lower than the Shudras. They used to come with a stick, okay, with themselves, so that like other people couldn't touch them. They were that untouchable. All these things have been dealt by a person called Fahey. He has seen like, okay, so like in what worse condition the people of India were living. Okay, so like there are two foreign travelers. Okay, one is Fahey, like there is Huyen Stang. Okay, when he comes, he tells that the judicial punishments were really cruel. But he tells that judicial punishments not that cruel. And like the judicial punishments depended on your varnas as well. The Shudras, for the same mistake, which committed by like both Brahmins and Shudra used to get further severe punishments, but not the Brahmins. Brahmins used to get the punishments, like, but like their punishment used to be, okay, so like not that severe compared to Shudra's punishment. Okay, so like this is what like he has dealt all this. Okay, so this Fahen, who is a Chinese traveler who came to study Buddhism to India. Okay, he came during the period of Chandragupta too. Okay, so like all the other information has been dealt here, so you can look into it. Okay, so like then I was talking about like society and decline of yeah. Before actually like we talk about the decline of Guptas, we'll talk about the society. Okay, how the society was. Okay, and what led to the decline of Guptas. Okay, the society of Guptas. What constitutes the society? What constitutes the society? The people in it. Okay, how society should be studied? The elements, so within which like the elements that we see in the society through which we can study the society. Okay, so like the few of the elements which we see, like women's, with respect to women rights, the life of royal women, it was much better. Okay, how we will come to know about the life of royal women? So like there is something called Puna plate inscriptions given by Prabhavati. So who is Prabhavati? Daughter of Chandragupta too. So like who married to a Vakataka king. So like there, like you'll see that, okay, so Puna plate inscriptions. Okay, so like that is like land grants given by this person, Prabhavati. Okay, so like you can understand, like being a queen, she had more rights. Okay, although women. Okay, so by this, like you can understand the status of royal women and the life of royal women. So in the court of Guptas was better. Okay, but whereas the life of common women, okay, it was worse. They were not allowed to have education, and we come across such a situation where like again one man getting married to many women. The polygamy did exist. Okay, and I told you about the slavery. No, I haven't told you about the slavery, but I told you about the status of Chandelas. Okay, the life of Chandelas, it was worse. Okay, compared to olden times, okay, their life is still getting worse in the period of Guptas. Okay, so like now, like the society, like there are five varnas, not just four. Unlike like early Vedic and later Vedic, where we see like four varnas. Okay, see like how the things are getting complicated. The same complications still exist in the present day. You're not allowed to change your religion. You're not allowed to change your caste. Conversion, it's although allowed. Within the Indian constitution, it's allowed. But see the societal pressure one has to go through if one has to change it. Very hard, right? Very hard for the common people. Okay, so like that, this is the society. Okay, so like this is how the status, and like the slavery did exist. Okay, and the taxes used to range from 1/6. Okay, 1/4 to 1/6. Okay, 1/6 is the standard tax. Most of the dynasties in India, like Mauryas, like the Sangam period rulers, Guptas, later like the later rulers called Vijayanagaras. Okay, all of these people did actually take 1/6 taxes. Okay, and there is something called Visti. Visti is a, write this down, forced labor. Forced labor. Okay, so like this Visti did exist in the period of Guptas. Okay, see, ಏನಕ್ಕೆ forced labor ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it's a form of tax or form of revenue to the state, no? Where like if people work it for free. Okay, see, you must be knowing like people, okay, will be like doing jobs. For that, like they will be getting paid. Okay, if they don't get paid, then what will happen? The person who is taking job from them, okay, he is getting benefited. Here, this T is a sort of forced labor. Okay, and like forced labor where like the people didn't used to get paid. Okay, so it means it's a sort of revenue to the state. Okay, so again, this is a question why I had talked about Vistis. Okay, so just don't say yes, yes. Okay, tomorrow if you don't answer these questions, we'll like look into it. Okay, and like the traders were divided themselves into lot of guilds, and these guilds, okay, they had rights. Okay, and they had rights where they could make rules for their own guilds. See, guilds ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ರೆ it's trader groups, different groups ಇರ್ತವೆ. For example, gold workers. Okay, for example, one who exported things. All these can be like guilds based on the profession. Traders guilds based on the professions. Okay, so like you will find a lot of professions in the society, right? Even in the like presently. For example, like the thing I am doing is called teaching. Okay, so like if I mix myself with the other teachers, I can form my own guild. Okay, if I was in the Gupta spirit. Okay, and my guild. Okay, so like my guild had the rules compiled by our own guild. The teachers guild would have actually like compiled the rules for all the teachers. Okay, anyone who is like violating the rules of the teachers guild, so it will be like punished. They will be punished, but like it's not the king who will be punishing them. Rather, like okay, their own guild members who will be punishing them. Okay, so like it means you can understand the guilds can frame the rules for themselves. Okay, and guilds can actually punish the people who are violating the rules. Okay, so like a lot of guilds we will come across, and this we have covered, right? Administration. So like this bhukti is nothing but bhukti. Bhukti is nothing but it's a state. Okay, so like this Vishaya is nothing but district. Okay, so like the lesser unit than Vishaya, it is Viti. Okay, see, you example question in Kerala. So like they can ask the question. So arrange these like okay units of administration in Gupta period from ascending order to descending order. Ascending to descending is like largest unit first, then the smallest unit last. Okay, or descending order to ascending order. Smallest unit first, then the largest unit last. Are the people associated with it. That's it. This is like these are the only three forms like in which the question can be asked. Okay, so learn this. Like okay, learn. Like I told you to make a frame a table. No, so like while framing a table, like look into this aspect as well. When it comes to administration, people associated with it, ascending to descending order or descending to ascending order. I told you, like, okay, it is Subha, like the states, the sarkars, districts, the parganas. Okay, so like lesser than districts. Okay, taluk or village type. Okay, that is pargana, that is in Mughal period. So like this, I told from ascending to descending order. What if the question is from like descending to ascending order? No, not here. I told about Sabha Sarkar. So, okay, here only you tell. Okay, what is Bhukti? Okay, so like from ascending to descending, Bhukti, Vishaya, Viti. Simple tricks. Okay, so like question can be asked in anything, anyway. Okay, so like this, if you want to remember, just write like this. So I'll write Mukti and ಕೆಳಗಡೆಗೆ write ವಿಷಯ. This is how you frame the tables. Okay. So like then write Viti. Frame tables like this. Okay. Done. Okay. So like this is with respect to Rashtra, Vishaya, Aharas or Bhogas with respect to Okatakas. Okay. Learn that. Okay. So like then what could have been the reasons that would have led to decline of Guptas? Any reasons like you can think of? Any reasons you can think of? Decline of Guptas. Weak rulers. Okay, large dynasty. When like weak rule like combined with the weak rulers, so like that would have led to the decline of Guptas. So when we saw the Mauryas, I told you like there was a situation where it got attacked from inside us and outside us. So similar thing. We talked about feudators, right? They are there when there is the weak ruler. So like they will announce their independence. Correct? Weak rulers and they will announce their independence. True. So like same here, announcing their independence. Okay. So and like there is attacks from Punas. Okay, who are the outsiders? And like there is one ruler called like there is a Malvan ruler. Okay. So like he also attacked Guptas. Okay. His name is Yashodavarman. Yashodharman or Yashodavarman. Okay. Yashodharman is the person okay who attacked Guptas. Okay. He couldn't survive for long, but he gave death blow to the Guptas. Yashodharman of Malwa. Okay. So, and also, like, okay, there was a Pune attack. All these things led to the decline of Guptas and the feudators as well. Okay. They started announcing their independence when the weak rulers came. Okay. So, like, this big dynasty couldn't hold itself. Okay. So, that's it. That's it with respect to Guptas. Okay. So, I asked you a question. Can we consider like Gupta age as a golden age? Okay, so we have seen with respect to art and architecture, we have seen like okay aspects of metallurgy. Okay, we have seen aspects of I mean within art and architecture, like there are cave paintings, there are like beautiful caves. Okay, so like this structural temple construction also started. Okay, so like we'll come across so many like personalities for metallurgy, it's nothing but like form of science. They are like really improved. Okay. And I have told about like authors. Kalidasa is still considered one of the greatest 100 authors of the world. 1500 years ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು authors ಬಂದಿರ್ತಾರೆ still considered. Okay. So like with respect to mathematics, with respect to astronomy, we have come across a person called astronomy, Varhamira. Okay, who is credited with writing those two books. Don't remember. Just it'll actually like you can rewatch the PDF again. So like you will come across to you'll come to know that. And we'll also come across like other personalities. Okay, so for example, Aryabhata, who has done so much for the mathematics. By all this, can you consider like this age to certain extent can be considered as a golden age of India? There has to be reasons, no? Why people are calling golden age. So like just like reading golden age, you won't be able to remember. Now can you remember why this can be called as golden age? Okay. So again, like the society, within the society, like there were like some bad elements. For example, there was slavery. The like rights got by Chandelas was really less. Okay, still like I mean nothing will be perfect. No, no period will be perfect. Not even the present day times. Okay, so similarly, like even back then, there were like some bad elements that were there in the society of Guptas. Still, like okay, this period can be considered as golden age of India. Okay, so this is it with respect to Guptas. Okay, so two important dynasties that you need to cover are like four important topics that you need to cover. That is like Jainism, Buddhism, okay, Mauryas, and Guptas. Okay, so all these people okay will give you some okay. Okay, so now will they able to talk to you? Okay, shall we see the next dynasties? Anyone want break? Short break. Short break. Hmm? 10 minutes break? No? Actually, like there is Harsha Vardhana, and after Harsha Vardhana is completed, I wanted to complete Chalukyas and Pallavas. Tomorrow's class, we'll have to see medieval Indian dynasties. Okay, see, like the topic which are left for me, like okay, medieval Indian dynasties. So like there is Delhi Sultanates. Okay, so like then there is Mughals. Okay, so like then there is at least Vijayanagara. Certain aspects of that has to be covered. So if I don't stretch today, I won't be able to cover all that.
So, say exact time so that to begin.
No, like the exact time won't cross 2:15. 2:15, 1 5. Okay, I'll finish it off within that time. But I want you people to be energetic when you are listening to these topics. So that's why I asked. So do you want a break for 10 minutes? Okay, so go, you can drink water, recharge yourself, come back. Okay, so next, just 25 plus 15. Okay, 40 minutes session. Not long. We have just 40 minute session. Okay, we'll cover these three topics. Okay, Harshavardhana, Chalukyas, and Pallavas. Once we are done, we'll finish it off. 2:15. Okay, you can come on down.
We have worked for the 15 classes. Yeah, it 15 so yeah, you the whole year she thought sorry to the systematic. Look at there. Other one mental, the other one mental. क्लास में अच्छा हो गया कुछ प्रॉब्लम है तो हमारे बोलो तो क्योंकि हम सर से बात कर सकते हैं। हाँ अच्छा समझ में आ रहा जो भी तुम्हारे को कैसा दिखता है वो हम आपको शेयर करो तो हम आपको मालूम कराना सर को बोलेंगे।
Ten minutes over. You may come. Fresh enough? Have energy for 40 minutes, right? 30, 40 minutes. We'll like finish it off. See, I cannot not continue. But so like it will be you who have to read it and who need to have a connection with that. I can go. So but like you people have to actually understand it's at the end of the day it will become your responsibility to complete the chapters. Questions ಬರ್ತಾವಲ್ಲ, it makes sense for you to complete the chapters. That's it.
Nowadays, there is no perfect education community.
There is no
ಇವಾಗಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬೇರೆ
yeah. So we'll change. Uh, like as you have shown the interest. So like ಬೇರೆ ಜನಗಳದ್ದು
ನಾವು ಓದಿರೋ ಸ್ಕೂಲಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ನಾವು ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅವರು ನಮ್ಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸುವ ಅಷ್ಟು
ಇಲ್ಲ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. Now like that you have started to prepare for this exam, you will understand. So even if you like forget few things here, so still you will be able to understand like the skills you are going to learn here. See, at the end of the day, it's hard work. Okay, here you don't have any other options other than working hard. This exam, if you want, it's very simple. If you want success in this exam, so like you need to work hard. You can't not work hard and expect result here. So see, that's a skill. No, for a long period of time, you'll understand the value of the work. So you will reach to a stage, if you are really diligent with respect to your preparation, you will reach to a stage where you want to work hard. Work hard, but being mindful and working hard, not like where you lose everything. So in just because of work, but you'll be mindful. You'll be like respecting the work. Okay. So shall we start? Huh? Coming in 1 minute or 2 minutes. Okay. I understand. Okay, so like listening for long hours, so can be a bit taxing on body. Okay, telling for long hours will be more taxing. Like if you think that role is a bit difficult, so like you can understand like this role is also that equally difficult. I won't say more difficult, equally difficult, because it's also taxing on body. And unfortunately, in today's class, I stood for long hours. Usually I sit more, but today's class I somehow like stood for long hours. We're waiting for you. Okay, shall we continue? I told you, okay, a lot of the feudators that followed after Guptas. Okay, so a lot of the feudators that followed after the Guptas. Okay, before the rise of Harshavardhana, so like there were so many dynasties that followed Guptas. So as you can see, Maitrikas, they followed Guptas and like they started ruling in a place called Gujarat. What is this? Gujarat. So like then what is this place? If it is Punjab, what can this place be? No. Punjab, like ಇದು Uttar Pradesh ಅಲ್ಲ. So like for example, Kanauj, Ayodhya. Ayodhya recently Ram temple built ಆಯ್ತಲ್ರಿ. So where is it? UP. So like this is UP. So like this is Haryana. No, see, if this is Punjab, so like this will be Haryana. Sorry, this will be Himachal Pradesh. And like this will be Uttarakhand. Map ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕ್ರಿ, map ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು. You should look map and come to the class. Okay. It's not because if this is Punjab, so like this is where like Himachal Pradesh will be. So this is where Uttarakhand will be. So like here it will be Haryana. So like here it will be UP. Okay. So like here it will be ಯಾವ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ? Mainland map state. Which state? Okay, so like which state can be just above the Gujarat? Rajasthan. Yesterday also we have talked about this, if you remember. Okay, so like Maitrakas, they were ruling place called Gujarat. Okay, so like this, what do you say? Staneshwar. Okay, Pushyabhutis, Vardhana dynasty. Okay, see, Harshavardhana is not the founder of Vardhana dynasty. Pushyabhuti?
He's the founder. He was the first ruler of Vardhana.
Vardhana dynasty, like the earlier rulers is not clear. Okay, we don't come across it's also called Pushyabhuti dynasty. That is true. Okay, so like don't confuse it with Pushyamitra Sunga. Okay, just because like the starting few letters are same. That Pushyamitra Sunga is like the guy who follows, I said, Maurya dynasty. Okay, so like the founder of Shunga dynasty, that is Pushyamitra Sunga. Like this is Pushyabhuti dynasty. Okay, so like yeah, as you said, like the founder name will be continued. No, so like this is also called as Vardhana dynasty or Pushyabhuti dynasties. Okay, so but when we read about the Harshavardhana dynasty, like when we read about the Vardhana dynasty, the first three rulers, so we don't have the adequate information. Okay, the fourth ruler. Okay, who's Harshavardhana's father. Okay, his name is Prabhakaravardhana. Okay, so like he's the fourth ruler of Pushyabhuti dynasty, not the founder, fourth ruler. Okay, so like he was there. Okay, so like again, so like this Prabhakaravardhana, so like he was like the fourth ruler, and we know some aspects of Prabhakaravardhana, but like the first three rulers, we don't have adequate information. Okay, so like this Pushabhutis, they were ruling from a place called Staneshwar. The capital was Staneshwar. Okay, so like they were ruling in Haryana. Okay, so and like there are Maitrakas. Okay, so like who were ruling Kanauj. Kanauj, Uttar Pradesh ಅಲ್ಲಿ. So like the capital city will be Kanauj. So hey, can you remember and recall? Just can we do a quick revision sort of thing? Okay, so like what is the first capital of Magda? Magadha. Magadha first capital. Like for example, you are in the court of Bimbisara and Ajatashatru. What would be the capital then? Rajgriha. Okay. So like then came the ruler Udayin. So like what would be the capital then? Pataliputra. But like Patliputra, but not same. Okay, so like equivalent name. ಹಳೆ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಟ್ಲಿಪುತ್ರ ಅಂತ ಕರೀತಿದ್ರು. Like later it has been renamed into Patna. Okay, so they are like same. Okay, so like that Patna became the important cities for like next few dynasties as well. Okay, so for Mauryas, for Shungas, Gandhas. Okay, all of them ruled with the Patliputra as the capital. Okay, so like then came the greatest dynasties in North India, that is Guptas. Their capital was Prayag. So as we have seen, like Allahabad Prashasti or Prayag Prashasti, so of Samudragupta, their capital was Prayag. Okay, so like then, okay, so like many feudatory dynasties started to rule. Okay, so like one of the feudatory dynasties that were ruling the upper part of Uttar Pradesh, so they are called as Maukaris. Okay, and like they were ruling with the capital of Kanauj. Okay, Maukaris were. See, there is a reason why I'm telling you. Okay, now when I tell about Harshavardhana, so like if you understand, like okay, Maitrakas was capital was Kanauj. So like how later like the capital of Harshavardhana turned to be Kanauj because he belongs to Pushyabhutis, right? So Harshavardhana, she should have like actually like ruled from Saneshwar. But you will see when you read about the story of Harshavardhana, will come across the information that like he is ruling from a place called Kanauj. Why is that? There has to be reason. Okay, we'll know the story in a bit. But I want you people to learn this first. Okay, we'll go actually and learn about those aspects. Maitrakas, the capital will be Vallavi. Okay, so Pushabut is Staneshwar, Haryana. So Mokar is Kanauj, and at the same time, so like there are Magdas of like okay Guptas of Magda. Okay, like as you can see, late Guptas. Okay, so like they were ruling from a place called Magadha. Where is Magadha? Bihar. Can you see like Bihar? Okay, so like they might have been ruling from this place, Patliputra. Okay, so other than that, there were like few more dynasties that came along in the South India. Two most important dynasties are Pallavas and Chalukyas. Got any clarity now after seeing the map? Okay, so like the thing is, tomorrow there will be a question. Okay, so like we'll as always, you got to know like my way of teaching, right? Like we are discussing these things, then we'll see the questions, and once the topic is confirmed, like we'll somehow like cover like revise along with it, and like then we will move on to the next topic. Okay, all these like I mean I need to have some purpose, no? Why I am doing it? Why I am actually putting in effort to show you this map, particularly this, because this you don't come across, you don't read about all this. Okay, still I am actually trying to say all this, explain all this, because there has already been a question. Once like the question is there, don't you think it becomes our responsibility to understand and know it? Okay, so is it fine? This is the Gupta dynasty, like this is the map of India. So around like end of 6th century. Okay, before Harshavardhana become the most important ruler. Okay, as you can see here, 590 AD. Okay, so quick revision. So who are the person who are ruling Kanauj with capital Kanauj? Maukaris. Okay, ಬರೋಣ so like ನಮ್ಮ hero ಕಡೆಗೆ that is nothing but Harsha. Okay, so this Harshavardhana, this is the dynasty of Harshavardhana. Okay, ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ the fourth ruler. Okay, who is the fourth ruler? Prabhakara Vardhana. Okay, so like this Prabhakara Vardhana had three people, had three children. Okay, one name is okay Rajashri. Okay, do you want me to write? So he had three children. Rajashri. Second one's name is Rajavardhana. Third one's name is Harshavardhana. Okay, Harshavardhana. This Rajashri got married into King of Aukaris. Okay, this Rajashri, got married into King of Maukari. Okay, who were like contemporary of Pushabodhis, and like they were like ruling from a place called Kanauj. So like this, after Rajashri is like married to a king of Maukaris, what happened was like this husband of Rajashri, okay, who is nothing but like daughter of Prabhakara Vardhana, okay, like sister of our hero Harshavardhana. Okay, she after like marrying this like Maukari king, what happened was through trickery. So like this Rajashri husband, he got killed within that Kannauj kingdom. So like this through trickery. Okay, so other people made such an event. Okay, where like this Rajashri's husband got killed, and like she got imprisoned. You'll come across a person called Shashanka of Gauda. Okay, Shashanka. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, it's not opened. Shashankas Gauda, Gauda. So like it's a place in Bengal. Okay, so like Shashanka of Gauda, he'll be ruling in Bengal. This Shashanka, just look at him. Okay, it's fine. Okay, so what happened was this when Rajashri got imprisoned, her husband got died. Okay, so like the person who became the next ruler of Pushabhuti dynasty, so it is actually like Rajavardhana. Okay, so like brother of Harshavardhana. Okay, so like as a brother, don't you think like it becomes his duty to protect his sister? Because like anyways, like her husband has died, she has been imprisoned. So like he got very angry. He went to the court of Maukaris. Okay, so like there he killed the Maukari king. Okay, so like then when he was marching ahead, okay, so until here, like this is Kanauj, you can see it, right? So this is Kanauj. So from here, like okay, when he marched and like he was marching this side, so like during there, like the Goda king Shashanka will be there. Okay, again through trickery. Okay, this Shashanka killed Rajavardhana. Okay, so still, okay, now imagine the position of Harshavardhana. Sister still in jail. Okay, lost also brother who got killed. Okay, so like now it actually fell upon everything fell upon the Harshavardhana. So like now it became his duty to understand and to go and protect the so like his own sister. First he frees her. Then like he marches up to Shashanka of Gowda. Okay, so like there this he completely kills Shashanka. Shashanka is a cruel ruler. He's a Brahmin ruler, Shashanka. So like he hated Buddhism so much. You know, which is the place where Buddha got enlightenment? Where Buddha got enlightenment. Enlightenment. Sarnath is the place. Bodh Gaya. Huh? Sarnath is the first sermon place. Bodh Gaya is the place where he got the enlightenment. So like nimge Bodhi tree anta kelirtira. That is nothing but like the people tree. Okay, under which he got the enlightenment. So like if it was present in the present day, so can you imagine how many people when they would have visited Bodh Gaya could have got inspired from that? So many people could have got like so much of information, like inspiration out of this, right? But ಏನಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ? This he got killed. Sorry, like he actually completely destroyed that Bodhi tree under which Buddha got the enlightenment. So many people in the present day could have got the inspiration out of this. Sometimes conquering other places can be understandable, but destroying these kind of things is such a bad thing. Can you imagine, like, just by seeing this, seeing that Bodhi tree, which could have, if it could have, like, we could have protected it, and like people would have went there, how inspired they could have become just by seeing that all been lost. Why? Because of a person called Shashanka. And like through trickery, also killed the brother of Harshavardhana, Rajavardhana. So now, like, our Harshavardhana goes and he kills this person, Shashanka. Okay. Now, like, can you understand? Okay, so like now Pushabhutis, so like not just ruling Staneshwar. Okay, Staneshwar or Thaneshwar, both are same. Okay, they are just not ruling from Thaneshwar. Now, like, he moves on to a capital and he makes Kanauj as his new capital. Okay, he actually owns a lot of places. This Harshavardhana, he covered lot of many states. Okay, you can see Haryana, you can see UP, you can see again this Pallavi, it means Gujarat. There has to be some part of Rajasthan. Okay, so like there has to be some part of Madhya Pradesh, and like there has to be some part of UP is there, Bihar will be there. Okay, so like there has to be some part of Bengal. Okay, he also, like, when you read about the Harshavardhana, so you'll also come across he has defeated many dynasties that were ruling northeastern states. But the thing is, like after like defeating them, like he didn't annex those places into his own kingdom. He let the rulers of like northeastern states to continue. Okay, so like they become the feudators of Harshavardhana. Okay, so how many states he has covered, you can understand. Okay, so this is the story of Harshavardhana. Okay, so one thing you need to know, so the time period, which century he was there? 7th century. Okay. First half of the 7th century, or was he there in the second half of the 7th century? First half. Okay. 600 to 650 first half. 650 to second, 700 second half. So just like our class, which is in second half, he was there in first half. Okay. So our class is in second half, no? Almost at the fag end. Okay. So happy because like it's in the fag end now. So again, how do we come to know about the Harshavardhana dynasty? It is through like these sources. Okay, so like there is a palace called Harshakatila. Harshakatila. Okay, so like it's a palace of Harshavardhana. See, if it's a monument, by seeing that monument, don't you think you can get to know some information? Okay, and like Huen Stang is again Chinese traveler, Buddhist monk who came into the court of Harshavardhana. Through him also, like we'll come across through him also we'll come to know about the story of Harshavardhana. And like there is a person, okay, he is called Banavata. He has written a book called Harsha Charita. He has written a book called Harsha Charita. By reading this book, Harsha Charita also, he will come to know about Harshavardhana. Okay, so Kanauj, it became the important city. States covered. I have already told about this. Okay, so I can't define it. And see, mostly how the society or the kingdom was arranged. So during the Gupta's like Maurya's period, it might be centralized. Okay, but here after the defeat of Guptas, we have seen one thing, right? We have seen one thing that so like there are many feudators, and these feudators were waiting for the chance. As soon as like they got the chance, so like they obviously announced their independence. We see like Maukaris, okay, we see like other like Wallabi, like okay, other dynasties as well, right? Pushabhutis, Guptas of Magadha, okay, all these Maitrakas, all these people like announced their independence as soon as like there are weak rulers in the Gupta dynasty. Okay, it means the feudatory culture is there. Okay, it continued. This feudal culture continued, and see, whenever like there is feudal culture is there, it means it's a decentralized decentralized administration. Okay, so like Mauryan dynasty, it's also a bit controversial whether you can take a stand with it's completely centralized or decentralized, but you can understand it's to a certain extent it's centralized, because whatever like see which was the capital where Ashoka was ruling this Mauryan dynasty? Patliputra only, right? So Patliputra was the capital. But you here you saw the Sannati inscription. Okay, so there like the message of Ashoka has been written there. Okay, it means what? He is also controlling this Sannati, which is there in Karnataka, Alinda, Melgadeinda. Okay, we have come across like many rock, what do you say, rock pillar inscriptions. So of Ashoka, so Yarragudi, Amravati, which is there in Andhra Pradesh. So where is Dhauli and Jogada? Odisha. Where is Sopara? Maharashtra. So where is Girnar?
Which one?
Where is Kalsi? Where is Lumbini? Nepal. Where is Kalsi? Uttarakhand. Lumbini, Nepal. Where is like Kalsi? Uttarakhand. Not Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand. Where is Nepal? Nepal is in Nepal. Okay, I'm just trying to see whether you are active or not, right? So I have like, okay, I can keep asking and it'll be like, okay, so just so you if you can say like, okay, where is Nepal? You can't say like Nepal is in Lumbini. Like it's rather Lumbini is in Nepal. So subtle jokes, it's fine. We'll come back again. So like, see, this Bana Bhatta has written a book called Harsha Charita. He was the court poet of Harshavardhana. Okay, so like obviously poets all like they will write in such a manner that there was none other than no greater king that could have existed earlier or like that will exist in the later. Okay, so like this Banavada, very exaggerated work. Okay, so like just like we have talked about something, no? So in some movies, the things will start with like, okay, so 1 lakh or lakhs of crores. Okay, so like if they want to show something, like that's how the things will start, right? Similarly here, okay, so like whenever he wanted to express about the how strong the military of this Harshavardhana was, he would start with like, okay, so like there were like lots of people, there were like many people, like okay, like army, military, no competition, bro. You can't defeat Harshavardhana. So that's how like okay, he has given the information with respect to the military arrangement. Okay. Also about the greatness of Harshavardhana. Okay. So like he also mentions like there is cavalry. Okay. There is infantry. There are like one wing which is concerned with the elephants. Elephants also lacks in there. How many elephants are there in India presently? How many tigers are there in India presently? No idea. Okay. So take a guess. What could be the numbers of tigers that are present in India? Guess. 100, 10,000, 1,000. It's in thousands. It must be around 3,000 or 3.5 thousand. Okay. I don't remember the exact figure. Okay. So, but we have come up with doubling the population of tigers. which we have achieved ahead of the time. Okay, so like again, so more number of tigers is also a problem. They won't get the prey, and like tigers are those animals like very dominant animals. You know about tigers, right? They'll mark the territory. So like we know like we have destroyed all the forest and everything. So how like if there is no forest at all, so how can like these tigers can mark their territory? Even, huh? They'll come in cities that will lead to man-animal conflict. Okay, so like with respect to elephants as well, there is man-animal conflict, which is a huge problem. You know, like see, animals, elephants are those animals which like mammals. No, tigers and like elephants, all are mammals, including us. We are also mammals. We belong to a phylum called mammals. I hope you know about all this. Okay, within mammals, like we are primates. You know it, right? Okay. Yeah. So like the point I'm trying to make here is very intelligent animals, elephants. Okay. So like they will usually remember the, do you say like roots? Have you ever thought about it? How come one day cough? Okay. So like one day cough learn how to talk. Sorry, how to walk, not talk. Obviously they can't talk. It's because of like their genes. Okay, even in elephants, so even if they haven't walked through that route, through genes, like they will know the like golden routes. But when they come now, okay, so like there is no, not that route doesn't exist anymore. It's all gone. We have conquered it. I told you about like in the first class. Humans are those species that came in 1159 59. So if you consolidate the timeline into 24 hours, so you will come across that information, right? ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ? So what's happening here? Okay, so yeah, with elephants, like we have talked to environment. Environment is also important because again 15 questions. Okay, whenever like, wherever there is questions, I'll be talking about it. Okay, so you know which is the state that has highest number of elephants? Take a guess. Guess. Okay, the hint is it's a South Indian state. It is Karnataka. The number of elephants that are there in Karnataka, it exceeds 6,000. Mysore ಹತ್ರ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ, ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿ ಬಂಡೀಪುರ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಪಾರ್ಕ್. Okay, so that this information can also come handy. The state, so which has the highest number of elephants, it's Karnataka. I think like this is the one of the statement that has been used. So Kerala has the highest number of elephants. That's the statement like UPSC has used, which is obviously wrong because like it's Karnataka which has the highest number of elephants. Okay. Anyways, where was I? Like okay. I mean, if you are interested, I can always give reference to the questions that has been asked. Okay. So because see, ultimately, I see the exam through the lens of questions and syllabus. That's what gonna help you, right? Okay, so we'll come back. This like military arrangement, I told you. Okay, and here you also see that land grants. Okay, so instead of money, so lands has been given to many of the feudators or like many of the military leaders that also started. Okay, so here like okay, it is also mentioned that revenue, how the revenue is spent, the tax, okay, so like which is collected by the state, okay, how it has to be spent on other things, so like that's also being mentioned. Okay, so like according to which one part can be spent for the royal purpose, okay, second part can be spent on the uh, developmental works, so third part can be spent on the these poets, okay, and like religious aspects. Okay, so you must understand as well, right? So these palaces, okay, it takes a lot of money, lot of effort to be built. Okay, it has to be built from the tax collected by the common people. Okay, our palaces ಕಟ್ಸ್ತಿದ್ರು, ಇವಾಗ ಬೇರೆ ಏನೋ ಕಟ್ಟಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. Okay, so like present day also like you'll see this aspect. Okay, not the new aspect, I mean old aspect, so it has been continued in the present day times as well. Like when you see law and order, so we'll come across the many instances so where like it is said that like the law and order is not that well maintained. Okay, so because Huyen's Tang, who came into the court of Harshavardhana, he got robbed. That's so furious. Okay, Wednesday. Obviously, like after getting robbed, what he'll like, okay, so he will be furious, right? So, like, then there are like, okay, Wednesday's account. So, as you can see, what is the time period of Harshavardhana? Yeah, it is not written here. Come on. Harshavardhana, 570. Like, ನಾವೇನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ ಹೇಳಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ 7th century. So, like, then first half of 7th century ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾವಾಗಿಂದ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ 606 to 647. So can you see, like, okay, he came into the court of Harshavardhana because 629 to 645 AD. Are you able to understand this? Okay, so like then he visited Nalanda University. So like this Nalanda University is the one which is okay created by Harshavardhana. It is created by Kumara Gupta. Okay, Gupta dynasty. I want to keep you active, so somehow I have to. Sometimes I have to give these kind of statements. So whether to check your alertness, whether you are alert or not. It is actually opened by Kumara Gupta, Gupta dynasty ruler. Okay, not by Harshavardhana. By this time, like Nalanda University is already there. Okay, so like Huen's time. Okay, he came into the court of Chandragupta too. No, Harshavardhana. So like then who is the ruler who came into the court of Chandragupta too? I told question. Okay, okay. Fahin. Yeah, so that is true. So like then okay, he gives the status of different people. Again, as you can understand, the status of Shudras are the slaves. It is much harsher. Okay. So law and punishment, he says that okay, the punishment were really severe. When we read about the account of Fahin, he said like the punishment were like not that hard. Okay, bearable punishment. Here, like okay, he says that punishments are really severe. The amputation of legs and hands used to be there just for like theft. If anyone steals anything, so his hands and legs would have been like amputated, cut madad completely. Okay, so again, he came here. See, with respect to Buddhism, also like see first, like he was not a Buddhist, Harshavardhana. So like when he met like Huyen Tsang, okay, who was a Buddhist scholar who came from China, he converted Harshavardhana to Buddhism. Okay, so like he has also given a lot of contribution with respect to Buddhism. Okay, so this Nalanda University was already there. The form of Buddhism that was there is Mahayana Buddhism. Okay, so like Mahayana Buddhism. Okay, so like there is one person who later comes to the court. Okay, but he came in the year 670 AD. Does it coincides with the period of Harshavardhana? No. 606 to 647. Okay, so like after death of Harshavardhana, he comes. Okay, his name I sing. T gets silent. Chinese name, no. Yeah. You don't know what will get silent, what will get violent. But I can't make fun of it. Getting recorded. So it's fine. We'll come back. Okay, so like there are two assemblies. See, this Nalanda University, like you have to understand. Okay, so like he has given Nalanda University ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಡೀಟೇಲ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Okay, so like even this person Huyen Tsang, okay, he has given good amount of details with respect to Nalanda University. Okay, when you read about it, you'll understand. So like the revenue collected by 200 villages were gone to Nalanda University. See, university andmele, so like especially if it's a big university, okay, which can consist of like around 10,000 people. Okay, along with their residential arrangements. Don't you think like okay, so that university will to run that university, it will cost money. Okay, the fees were not collected by the students. Modern education, world education collect ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅವಾಗ. Okay, so like then there has to be some money, right? So like how the university should have been run. Okay, so like here you will come to know that the university was like run by the taxes collected by the 200 surrounding villages which surrounded Nalanda. Okay, where is this Nalanda University? This Nalanda University is there in Bihar. Okay, both Nalanda and Vikramshila University, they are both in Bihar. Okay, so Vikramshila University, Nale Nodana. You are like we are just seeing Nalanda University. So this he said, Huyen Tsang said like okay, it gave the residential campus for 10,000 students. Can you imagine like how big the university or campus must have been when Ising came? Okay, so like he said that it's not 10,000 students that were resided, so it is actually 3,000 students. which might be more believable because when you like 3,000 students, but like still big university. If 3,000 students are like leaving, so like you can understand like it's still a big university. So Einstein gave the number 10,000. Okay, and he also said that the number of villages from which like tax was collected for maintenance of university. So Einstein number was much bigger compared to Ising number. Okay, and do you know how the admission used to take place? There used to be Dwarapalas. Okay, Dwarapalas are the gatekeepers. Okay, they were like not just normal gatekeepers. They are the scholars themselves. They used to give the questions to the people who want to get admitted. Okay, the oral questions. Okay, if you pass that oral exam, you'll be allowed inside the university. If you fail the exam, like then get pass. The success rate, you can understand like not everyone could have answered that. Okay, among 10 people, at least 8 people wouldn't able to answer the questions that have been asked by these Dwarapalas. Okay, so the success rate is only 20%. It means it would have been difficult to get inside that university. And like there are, see, I told you like he converted himself into Buddhist after meeting Huyen Stang. Okay, so he conducted two assemblies. Okay, so one is like okay, Kanauj assembly. So like then Prayag assembly. So within Kanauj assembly, huge assembly. Okay, 10,000. I mean, so many. All the Buddhist scholars from the world came. Okay, so like the meeting started by this person called Huyen Stang. Okay, so he says like the Buddhism like that they are following right now is Mahayana Buddhism. No, so like he was the one who opens the dialogue in that Kanauj assembly. He gives the challenge to all the people. Okay, these are the doctrines of Mahayana Buddhism. I challenge anyone to prove me wrong. That's the thing. Like okay, it has been said by Einstein. Okay, he says like okay, he challenges everyone, prove me wrong. If like okay, these are the doctrines of Mahayana Buddhism, so I am the follower of Mahayana Buddhism, so prove me wrong. Okay, someone has to consider okay, these are the good elements in Mahayana, these are the bad elements. No one came along. Okay, no one came forward. Okay, so like everyone were and see because like no one is coming forward, it means like he's winning, right? So Huyen Stang is winning. Okay, so that led to resentment from other people. Other people were jealous. Okay, they're not able to prove him wrong. Okay, so like it means like their prestige is getting hammered here. Okay, so like they because like they are not able to prove them wrong. So like their prestige is getting hammered here. You can understand that, right? Okay, so that's why at the time they wanted to kill this Huyen Stang. But Harshavardhana makes an arrangement. Harshavardhana make an announcement. Anyone who touches the Huyen Stang will get killed. Because he's under the court of Harshavardhana. So like he make the announcement. Unfortunately, what happened was there was a fire incident that took place after this announcement. That where not just the life of Huyenstein, even the life of Harshavardhana was about like they planned to take away the life of king himself, that is Harshavardhana. They didn't succeed. Okay. Once the situation got into normalcy, so like he caught hold of all the people who were trying to kill this, okay, kill him, Harshavardhana, and also Huyenstein, and he given the capital punishment. Just because like okay he has accepted the Buddhism doesn't mean like he has turned himself to be a saint. Okay, you can understand the cruelty even after accepting Buddhism. Okay, so like the people who try to do that theatrics, right? So within the Kanauj assembly, all got like severely punished. Okay, so like after that, he also like conducted Prayag assembly. Do you remember? Like I told you at the time of the death of Ashoka, he gave up everything except the clothes he was wearing. Okay, so like he donated everything to Buddhism. There was nothing of his own. Okay, see, you need to understand there is something called states money. Okay, now India's money are like the ministers presently, their money will be separate. Okay, so when it comes to his own individual assets, he gave up everything. Ashoka. Similarly, so like here also Huyenstang write that. Okay, so like except the clothes he was wearing, Ashavardhana, he donated everything to Buddhist saints. Okay, so we have to understand literary works. So Banavatta, which is the book written by Banavatta. Banavatta was the court poet. So like he has written a book called Harsha Charita. There are three books written here: Priyadarshika, Ratnavali, Nagananda. Who is the person who has written that? All three works are credited to Harshavardhana. Harshavardhana wrote all these three books. These, see, there is a, this is the book, this is the person, sorry, this is the person, this is the book. Here, these are the books. This is the person who has wrote it. Okay, ಓದ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ be careful. Just because you got the PDF, so Bana Bhatta, okay, so don't forget it. Or then like write Harsha Charita. Harsha Charita, write Bana Bhatta. Don't like write like that. Okay, it's Bana Bhatta is the person, quote poet, who has written a book called Harsha Charita. So Priyadarshika, Ratnavali, and Nagananda are the books written by Harshavardhana himself. Okay, so don't write. Okay, so Priyadarshana, Ratnavali, Nagananda wrote Harshavardhana. Okay, so don't confuse it. Okay, so make sense? Are you able to understand it? Okay, so like these literary works can be important, will be asked in the exam. Okay, so like this Nagananda, it is about a bodhisattva called as Jimutavahana. Jimutavahana. Okay. Done? Got the information with respect to Harshavardhana or like Vardhana dynasty. So some aspects got cleared. Okay, so shall we stop? Okay. Acha. So this is the map. Please revise and come. Okay. Tomorrow we'll take only few minutes. We'll complete like Chalukyas and Pallavas and we'll start the medieval India. Medieval India, see, Indian history ಒಳಗೆ. So the end of the Harshavardhana period marks the end of ancient India. At least with respect to northern India, we have completed ancient India. Only aspect like we need to cover now is, okay, Chalukya Pallava, like they are also like part of ancient Indian history. So like somehow connected to the medieval India. We'll see like Pallava dynasty ruled up to 9th century. Okay, so got a lot of information, right? Today's class. So will you be able to revise and come to the class? Okay, because I'll give you questions tomorrow. Okay, and we'll like see all this thing again, once again. Starting 30 minutes or 45 minutes, we'll cover Chalukyas and Pallavas. Okay, so like then once it is done, we will cover next medieval Indian dynasties. Okay, like Rashtrakutas, Palas, and Pratiharas. Once it is done, okay, we'll move on to the India, which got attacked by, okay, Delhi Sultanates. Okay, so like there, once we cover like Delhi Sultanates, we'll again move to the next day. We'll try to cover maybe what are the aspects or what are the topics that have been left, and like we'll cover like Mughals as well as like Vijayanagara dynasty. Huh? Vijayanagara and Bahumani can be actually read together. That we will cover. Okay, so this is it. So today's class, I think it was a lot of information that have been provided to you people. So once you have to go back, okay, so like try to understand the things like after taking this, try to understand things like which we have covered. Okay, but like all the important dynasties that we have covered. So within the given time, I think like we have covered a lot of aspects, lot of topics. The time which has been allotted to us was less, so still we have covered a lot of things today's class. Okay, so enjoy the class. Okay, so, fine. We'll meet tomorrow again. Thank you. Candy, or do you want me to continue the chapter again?